Good evening. It's 5:30 PM on Wednesday, July 15th, 2026, and this regular Sandpoint City Council is called to order in council chambers at 1123 West Lake Street, Sandpoint, Idaho. For the record, I'm Mayor Jeremy Grimm presiding. Also present are Councilors Joe Espiro, Kyle Schreiber, Pam Duquette, Joe Tate, and Joshua Torres. Under the city's adopted code of ethics and civility, as the presiding officer, I'm to identify law enforcement personnel serving as Sergeant at Arms for this evening's meeting. Tonight, we have Police Chief Corey Kuhn. Thank you, Chief Kuhn. If everyone please stand, we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gosh, that sounds good with a room full of people. Thank you all. For members of the public in attendance tonight, if you wish to speak during this evening's public hearings or during the general public comment portion of the meeting, please complete a comment sign-up form, hand it to staff at the back table. You need to note that our general comment time following announcements and reports will be the only opportunity for public comment regarding new and old business and consent calendar items or other general matters not on the agenda that are pertinent to the city of Sandpoint. If you wish to speak on a specific item, you'll see on the agenda, we have several land use public hearings. We also have ordinance public hearing. If you're here to speak to those, please reserve your comments for that time. First tonight, we have a presentation by Taylor Bradish with the Idaho Department of Lands regarding the watershed and Baldy site. Mr. Bradish, please let us know what you're thinking and how we can help.
I'm going to set my...
You've got as much time as you need to present.
You have a long agenda, so I'll try to keep it to 8 minutes. Thanks for the introduction. My name is Taylor Bradish. I'm the unit forester for the Idaho Department of Lands, which includes the section 36 up in the Sandpoint watershed, which was part of the original land grant with when Idaho became a state from a territory. And over the years, the state and the city has done temporary permits and passed agreements for road use and construction and management in the watershed. But it's kind of time to look at a more permanent solution and long-term agreement in the watershed. Just next slide. So this is a representation of the hashed land is the land owned by the city of Sandpoint. The light blue is the endowment land, which is in the middle. The letter PS signifies it's a public school section. So all the revenue generated from that land goes to the public school endowment, which then funds public schools in Idaho. Looking at a potential permanent easement exchange, the yellow highlighted roads are the city access roads, and the red roads on the endowment piece are the endowment controlled ones. Things that a shared cooperative road agreement can help. It can help fire response. One of the biggest factors in quick fire suppression and response is access. And that plays a role every day, especially right now up in Smith Creek and Bonners Ferry. The watershed protection is a baseline. The Idaho Department of Lands is seeking resource management only easements, not public easements. And the road system is already intertwined, so it's easier to use an existing road system than build an entire new one for access. So next slide. Thank you. So it's just a quick breakdown of the city of Sandpoint owns 1,825 acres. The state owns 640, a square section. The IDL needs 3.04 miles and Sandpoint needs 3.94 miles. That would be including a proposed potential new road section. that wasn't on the previous map because it's not an existing road, but it would get you guys into your section 25 to the north that doesn't have any road access currently. And the reason why I put the percentages up there because there's an opportunity for the state and the city of Sandpoint to engage in a cooperative road agreement, which we do them all the time with the large private industrial landowners. And what it means is if we put down gravel, depending on how much you use, you pay more when it comes time to replace the gravel, or based on the percentage of the watershed owned by each party. That's your percentage of the capital improvement projects that you pay for. And just for a quick example, on our endowment timber sales, we are allowed to spend up to 50% of the gross revenue of the timber sale to pay for capital improvement projects, roads, gravels, bridges, culverts, things like that. So there's an opportunity for a standalone road cooperative in the drainage. So next slide, please. How this fits the IDL, the endowment lands are not traditional public lands. The endowment lands were granted to the state of Idaho with the Admissions Act to generate revenue. So that is still, to this day, the primary constitutional mandate is to generate revenue. If we move forward with this, we have a right-of-way team of 3 that will help us work through this process. And the IDL gives consideration to land exchanges, easement exchanges for things that will benefit the endowment lands in the end. And there are guardrails. Each party, has to gain value of it. We constitutionally cannot degrade endowment lands and their management. Then with the road cooperative, we'd have clear maintenance and access agreements in place. And this would just be the very first step before we start any sort of due diligence in the process. So, next slide, please. Yeah, these both, kind of expected benefits would be the watershed protection, emergency response, maintenance efficiency, because we're working at something together. It fits our trust mandate, and through your guys' side of this, it would fit public accountability, and we would look at it and benefit both partners. So, next slide, please. So what this is just a staff level feasibility discussion, whether you guys think we should move forward. It's a way to reduce duplicate roads. There's shared maintenance for emergency access. This is not a final approval of anything tonight. It's not any sort of sale of city watershed land. It's not a change in your watershed policy. And there's no commitment to open any of these roads for public use, because we will be asking for resource management only easements. So next slide, please. Yeah, so this would just be kind of the rough outline of how the process would go. Number 1 would happen tonight. Then number 2, we would have a lot of site visits and back and forths and really decide the nitty gritty. And then third one would come to you guys for approval again. And then our director, Dustin Miller, would have to give the final approval from our aspect. So that is it. I have 1 minute left out of 8 minutes. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Taylor. I have some questions. I'm sure the council will. First, whether or not this happens, this is not your only access to that section, right? You can come over the top and access this property other ways. Is that right?
Yeah, there are other alternatives to get into watershed, but this is by far the
most efficient,
reasonable and efficient.
And we have more stringent stream buffer setbacks than what's prescribed by the state of Idaho. Is there any chance that something like that could be discussed, since this is our watershed? Is that on the table, so to speak?
Not necessarily. We have a constitutional mandate, but we do abide by Forest Practices Act rules. So,
and then my final question before I turn to council, you mentioned cost share. obviously initial investment in the road and the infrastructure, the culverts, et cetera. What about ongoing? Is this a one-time or would there be a reoccurring revenue to help share maybe in some of the costs for trimming or brushing or treatment along the roadway?
Yeah, depending on how the agreement is written, the current ones we have annual meetings and we report the activity and how much volume was hauled on the road. And then partners can mutually agree upon capital improvement projects. Without getting into too many of the details, each junction of the road would have its own percentage of watershed acres. So depending on which road sections were used and which areas were accessed, that's how each capital improvement project would be broken out on cost.
Awesome. Thank you, Taylor. Council members, do you have some questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Hi, Taylor. Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Anyone who knows me knows that I'm pretty passionate about protecting the watershed and getting in and managing the property. So we're preventing forest fires. I am a little skeptical about this because I've inspected a lot of those roads. If you could go back to that map. The city of Sandpoint roads are in really good condition, drivable today. And as soon as you cross onto the IDL property, all the culverts have been taken out and they're overgrown with alder and things like that. So if we're cost sharing, it seems like the city of Sandpoint is going to be contributing to IDL fixing IDL roads when our roads are already fine. And you mentioned section 25, which I just looked at a map, and that appears to be pretty high alpine. So I don't know if city of Sandpoint has plans to log that anytime soon. So I guess I'm just curious of what the benefit to the city is.
Yeah, when that's a good point. When I guess if we had the map up, it would be a little bit easier. But
Clerk, can we move a few slides back to the map? Yeah, there we go. Thanks.
yeah, so if you looked at the that northern road, just for example, once it goes onto state, back onto you guys and back up. So like once it goes back onto state, that whole rest of that road system above the city wouldn't be accountable for that. That first little jog that goes into the northern part of the section, that would be some shared improvements of the area that could be accessed by that little C on the county property, so just as an example for that northern reach, that would be 90% state, 10% city.
Sure.
And the city pulled the culverts on the state piece when they managed the land
Right.
up there last time. So and that's the opportunity for discussion. Those culverts were pulled because that road is inside of the 75-foot Forest Practices Act setback. So that's something that we could discuss and move that road out of the SPZ in the future. So the benefits to the city will be easy access. I was part of pulling those culverts in 2009 when I first moved here in Sandpoint, and we did button it up for 20 years, but it's starting to fall apart, and it's time to get in there and rebuild the roads at a modern standard for modern logging equipment.
Excellent. Thanks. Well, I'll say that I'm, cautiously optimistic about this, and I would be supportive of staff talking to the IDL and starting these discussions, but I am interested to see the details.
Yeah, definitely.
Other council questions?
Mayor,
Ladies first, Councilwoman Duquette.
I just want to say I too cherish our watershed and our forest lands. I appreciate your wanting to do the same. Is there a time frame on this?
This was first initially, we started the discussion because I took an airplane flight in December of last year after that large windstorm.
Okay.
And saw some of the damage on the city property. I reached out to the city forester, Eric, started getting in discussions. We have it scheduled for 2029 or 2030 to try to get in there. The city has, I think, in 2 years wanting to get south of the state section, and they approached us about rebuilding the roads south of Sand Creek to get onto the upper ridge pieces, we'll call it. So Instead of just doing these repetitive road use agreements, you know, we want to get in there too. If you guys rebuilt those roads under a road use permit, like you guys would have the full burden of the cost under our standards. But if we shared in a co-op and an easement exchange, then we could burden some of that. And, you know, sometimes going back to the cost, we run a balance sheet. So it's not necessarily one party cutting a check for another when one or two of us does management. You can run that balance for a couple of years and do in-kind work to bring it back to zero effectively. So usually when you do a large road project like that, you don't nail it on the first time. There's additional work that needs to be done. So it's kind of a give and take in a road cooperative.
So that's the 2029, 2030 is to actually do the work.
Yeah.
What is the timeline for coming back to council, I guess, and discussion?
It depends on if we want to just do an easement exchange or if we want to engage into cooperative as well. It's a little more robust to enter into a road cooperative. So I would assume it would take at least 9 months.
Be step talking. Okay, thanks. Can we get this little PowerPoint?
Yeah. Yep,
I always appreciate looking again. Thanks.
Councilman T?
Yeah, thanks for coming in tonight. Just curious about public access, just moving forward. Also, are there any numbers on like what this will cost the city, anticipated like initial versus long term?
As far as the easement exchange,
Both versions, I guess.
those
Yeah,
those are expensive roads to do it correctly. You know, at least the state portion of the road construction up there would be in the mid 300,000. In a cooperative, cooperators are allowed to agree upon a per acre basis. So just for easy math, 1 mile takes 3 acres. So in a cooperative, we could both come together and say, you know, this is worth this much, and make it easier to equal out the initial easement exchange. So it always works best when it comes out to zero for an exchange in the end. But yeah, and then you had a public access question.
yeah.
Would you restate that, please?
Just how will it affect public access and making sure that public access is like on the priority list?
Well, I guess right now you control the access and you do not allow public access to the watershed.
Got it.
So if that changes, you know, there's a big sweeping switchback that I hear rumblings of a potential Nordic Center, depending on your priorities of what you think long term. You know, if you want to continue the Nordic trail systems up the canyon, that's something that should be discussed initially.
Yeah.
And then there's also, you know, any sort of watershed crest trail, that lower left-hand corner of the endowment piece that's offset with private. There's no way for the crest trail to go around the crest without crossing this piece. And there has been discussions of land trades in the past with the tower sites, but that's a pretty big hurdle to undertake.
Okay.
But, kind of the public access will depend on you guys.
Sure.
At that.
And IDL has a pretty favorable stance on public access.
Yeah, you if you can access it legally, you can walk anywhere. If the roads are open, you can drive it. If in a situation like this where it is landlocked by the city, your recreation policy pretty much dictates legal usage of the parcel.
Cool. Well, I like partnerships, so
Yeah.
thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Torres?
So the public lands are ours then, and then what about the acquired land? Is that going to be public lands as well, or is that going to be, it's an endowment, right? Like,
So Forest Service land is public land,
Okay.
right? Forest Service owned by the federal government. That you and I own that land,
Right.
You know, when Idaho became a state, the endowment land was granted by the federal government to the state to generate revenue. So it's held in a trust.
okay,
So it's not traditional public land as everyone assumes.
What do you see, I guess, with regards to like hunting? I guess, is that something that is on our side of the house where we regulate the hunting and access, I guess? Or are you seeing hunters going up through there? Or I mean, I know there's deer, plenty of, bucks and stuff up there, but
I've only been in there a couple times and not in hunting season. I can't speak to the general hunting access, but I know other communities have opened up their watersheds for hunting access.
excellent.
Yeah.
Any other council questions? Is there any objection, therefore implied consent that staff can engage with IDL to flush this out?
I just had one question. Which staff members would be?
I imagine this would be probably starting with Eric Bush. He's most knowledgeable, and then probably legal. I'm
Okay.
guessing.
All right, that was my only question.
Smart.
Councilman,
We would assume in about 9 months, this would come back to council.
I think it would probably be faster than that.
Okay.
I think 9 months would be if you choose to move forward to actually execute an agreement. Excellent. Thank you. I hear nothing more from the council. I really appreciate your time tonight, Mr. Bradish, and representing the Department of Lands.
Thank you.
Moving along, announcements and reports. Council members, do you have any general announcements or reports?
Mr. Mayor, I had a request, if this is the time to change schedule, to change the agenda a bit.
This is announcements and reports, so I would appreciate if you hold it to announcements and reports.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, the Pedestrian and Bike Committee held its regularly scheduled meeting on July 9th. Brief summary, we had an update from the Wheeled Working Group with a suggestion to consider realigning the bicycle route through downtown from First Street to Second. It's likely to come back for an official recommendation by the full committee, which then would come to us and to council. There's a long discussion and update about the pedestrian Long Bridge closure, which sounds like it's reopening, which is great news. There was a unanimous vote to create an e-bike working group. The police department had previously identified gaps in our current code, so the group will work to bring recommendations for new e-bike rule changes. There is a discussion about access to Lakeview Park from Marion Street. The biggest takeaway being, can a crosswalk lead to a street with no sidewalk? And I will likely bring an agenda item so that we can discuss that bigger concept before moving forward with that particular intersection. There's a presentation and discussion from a local family that's interested in starting an e-scooter business here in Sandpoint. And then lastly, the roundtable discussion brought up a concern about weeds obstructing sidewalks around town. I informed them that the fire department is taking that on.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Schreiber. Any other council members have reports or announcements?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Torres.
So July 19th, Sunday from 12 to 4, the Bonner County Historical Society is going to be doing a dunk take. And I will be one of the donkeys at noon if you guys feel like it's dunking me. So that's it.
Excellent.
What time?
At noon. Bring your left arm, not your right arm.
I as well may be participating and with some of the folks in the audience, maybe they'd enjoy dunking, several of us, but any other council announcements or reports? Good?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Rule.
I just wanted to make a clarification for the public. I know there's a lot of public here this evening, and I just want to let them know that we did have a public meeting where we did adopt the city's parking management program. And it's my impression that a lot of people are here to speak on that issue. The public hearing is for actually changing our code to reflect the parking management plan that was already adopted. And by adopting the parking management plan, that gives the council, it provides the legal means for us to reflect those changes in our code. So this is not a rehashing of the parking resolution management plan that's already been accepted by this council. The way to rehash that plan would be to get that parking management plan back on the agenda by speaking to some of your counselors and asking them if they're willing to bring it forward. So I just wanted to make that clear for the public tonight.
Thank you, Council President Rule. Hearing no other council announcements or reports, I'll just give a brief one from the mayor. We got some great news from Idaho Department of Environmental Quality yesterday. As you know, we're proceeding with a $130 million sewer plant expansion. Part of that is the environmental regulations and environmental impact statement. They notified us yesterday that we have been approved for a categorical exclusion, which means we don't have to do the full EIS, environmental impact statement, which will save us lots of time and money and process and bureaucracy. So just some good news that is moving along. We had a great meeting with the director of DEQ, and they are considering very favorably, but haven't made a decision yet on a request for wet weather treatment, which if allowed, would allow us to redesign the plant and not design it for our maximum snow on rain on snow event days, but design it to something that's more practical and appropriate for our typical demand with millions and millions of dollars of savings if they'll let us do that. So we're all super optimistic that that train is moving in the right direction. Moving on, I'll yield the floor to staff for any staff updates or reports from the departments. Anyone? Anyone?
Bueller.
Thank you. All right. Moving on. Next, we'll proceed with the general public comment portion of the meeting. If you wish to speak and haven't yet completed a sign-up form, please do so and hand it to a staff member at the back of the room. If you'd like to speak on any item included on this evening's agenda under consent calendar or old or new business that is not a hearing, now is your time to do so.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Duquette.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but at this point, may I move an item forward to save some people from sharing something that would not need to be? I think
Well-
there might be some misunderstanding on item 12, just trying to make it easier for the public. And I think Councilor Aspiro has some people to,
Council 12, item number
12
12.
is the
You,
data.
you have the privilege of moving, making a motion to move any item at this time. So if you'd like to make a motion to item 12,
I would like,
you may do that.
thank you, to make a motion to move item 12 at the beginning, please, because my agenda report was to preemptively ban the use of data centers allowable in our industrial code. And I think people got the idea that we might be pushing data centers, and that is the farthest thing from my mind. So in order to save some people time to talk if they don't need to, if they want to support us taking it off, that would be awesome. But
Just a moment of clarification, Councilwoman Duquette, would you like that to go to proceed public comment? So
well, I thought so.
move
And
immediately
then-
into that. So there's a motion to move item number 12 to right now, preceding public comment. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Schreiber and Rule. So will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Tate,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Torres.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Excellent. We will move on to item number 12 before we do public comment. This item is new business. It was requested by Councilor Duquette regarding data centers in the city of Sandpoint. I now yield the floor to Councilor Duquette to speak on this item.
Thank you. And this will be brief. I just noticed in our zoning code for industrial that there is an allowable option for data centers listed with everything else that is allowed. And I want to proactively get ahead of that so that if that was ever anything somebody thought they were going to do in the Sandpoint area, well, at least in the city of Sandpoint, I would like to give staff direction to research whether or not and how we can eliminate that data center as an allowed use and have the city council give staff direction to do so. And I have spoken to Bill Dean in planning, and I have spoken to our city attorney, Fonda Jovic, that this would be something rather easy to do if the council agreed. So
Excellent. Any council discussion?
I would like to make a request to Mr. Cat. Can we just, are we talking all data centers or specifically AI data centers?
what other data center would be?
I think, well, there's like, IT data centers that are a lot smaller, but the AI data centers are the bigger ones. But like, I want to just make sure that we address either all of it or one.
Data centers to me are the AI, I suppose. They're a big boom in Idaho at this point. They require huge demands of electricity and water. They cause many environmental concerns. And our code 931 description of industrial zoning district C, industrial technology park district, does allow for data centers. So if we want to clarify a difference, I don't know. That would be up for discussion, I guess.
Yeah, I think the logical process, if council supports this, is we need to define it and we need to run it through the code. And I think we absolutely have the ability to scale, limit an on-prem small server farm that, provides storage for a small company is different than I think what you're talking about. So I think we do need to define it.
Okay.
But any other council discussions on this?
Mr. Mayor, I think, if I may.
Councilman
Yeah, I think
Spiro.
it's important defining it. What we don't want to do is put the city or individuals in a position where we're now, if we don't define it properly, where we are enslaved to a third party with their data, as opposed to the city in the future being able to have its own silo, decentralized data where it is not, nobody from the outside is able to enter in that regard. So I think it'd be very important that we're very precise in that, because there is a decentralized aspect to this that's very important for people's privacy.
Other council comments, discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Kyle. Councilman Trevor.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councilor Duquette for bringing this forward. It's unfortunately it's common for us to become aware of loopholes in our code only when a developer brings forth a permit, and at that point it's too late. Something that a lot of people don't understand is that the city is legally required to follow the rules in place when the developer submits the application. So if we change the rules preemptively, the developers don't have that by right. And we can always decide on a case-by-case basis later, but it's better to have this done before we need it than wait until it becomes an issue here.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Rule.
I'd just like to thank Councilor Duquette for bringing it forward. And I look forward to having more details, parsing this out and trying to get it done as soon as we can.
Go ahead, Councilman Tate.
Thank you, Tam, for heading this on. I signed it with you. And we do have a lot of people here I think a lot of people would agree that we don't want these big AI data centers in our community. And I think the bigger thing is like the city of Sandpoint has just this much room and the county is this big. So to be able to use our voices at that level as well, if I could use that power on the dais to communicate that to the public would be all I got to say.
Mr. Mayor, if I just would like to say to you, yes, Sandpoint is just under 5 square miles. We all know how big the county is, so it's very important that we take this along as citizens, all of us as citizens.
Is there a motion to direct staff to define and bring forward appropriate code to prohibit larger scale data centers, AI data centers in the city?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Spiro.
Does the people looking to speak on this topic, do they get to?
We can open that up. We've got prerogative. Would you like to hear the public speak on this right now?
Sure.
I mean, if,
Word.
yeah.
Mr. Mayor, it is not agendized as a public hearing
Oh.
specifically, but your public comment is
Yeah.
Okay,
and still speak on it. Now, if council is indicating they'd rather hear from the public before they give staff direction, then of course, just hold your vote until public comment is complete and request that the data center public commenters go first.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd request, since we're just giving staff direction and we don't have a lot of details to speak on, that maybe we provide a large public comment time when this comes back to us with more robust information. I think we're going to be swimming around in a giant pond instead of getting focused public comment on maybe what we did or did not do correct, right, or wrong in attempting to change the code. So, and we do have many other public comment periods tonight that are immediate things that have to happen readily, so. But I do look forward to the public comment on this when we bring something back.
Again, I'd entertain a motion to direct staff to define and bring forward code changes to prohibit large data centers, et cetera, et cetera.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Rule,
Second.
second by Duquette.
Oh, you give her the move. I'll get the
Motion
second.
by
I
Duquette,
move.
second by Rule. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Tate,
Discussion?
No, this is, well, I mean, if you would like to discuss, go ahead,
Oh.
Councilman Tate.
If there was any way to kind of give just a brief overhead view of what this would take timeline wise.
Time-wise, it's relatively simple. It is simply coming up with a definition, swapping out, striking through one line of code and replacing it. It's about as easy as it gets.
Okay, and that would take
Not too long. I mean, we still have to notice it,
Staff.
2 weeks.
not too long as 6 months?
Well, I mean, our planning staff has a lot on their plate right now, but
Just want to be.
no,
clear.
I would imagine 2 months.
Okay. Yes.
Counselor Torres,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette.
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Returning to public comment. Going back before we were not interrupted, but I don't even know what I interrupted. So for the purpose of general public comment forum, you're welcome to comment on any topic pertinent to the business of Sandpoint not included on the agenda and not anticipated or scheduled for a future public hearing. Please note that council cannot take testimony on any planning or land use related matter outside of official public hearing. So what that means is if you want to talk about the parking ordinance, there's going to be a time for that. If you want to talk about land use issues, there's time for that tonight and those special hearings. This is general public comment. I'd like everyone to make aware that the city does have a policy on public meeting decorum. The rules are posted just outside the chamber entry doors. In summary, I'd ask everyone please be pleasant and respectful, not make derogatory statements about others, including city staff, not be disorderly and disruptive. Please no calling out, no clapping, no holding up signs. Public comment time is for comment only, no questions or debate. You are always welcome to contact myself or council members during business hours if you have any questions or concerns about city business. This is the only general public time that will be offered this evening. Those attending remotely who wish to speak may raise their hand on Zoom at this time. When it's your turn to speak, please state your name and whether you reside in the city of Sandpoint city limits. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. And with that, Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak during the general public comment time?
Yes, Mayor. First one, we have Amelia Boyd.
Good evening, Ms. Boyd.
Good evening. It's been probably over a year since I've been here. Thank you for having me. I'm going to read the definition of a leader according to ccl.org. A leader is anyone who guides, inspires, and influences others to achieve a common goal. True leadership is defined by vision, empathy, and the ability to bring out the best in people, rather than relying strictly on titles, authority, or former management positions. So ask yourself this: is our mayor a leader? I wrote and read a story to you over a year ago about how our mayor is lacking in knowledge and wherewithal on how to run a city. After all, he won the bid in a popularity contest where credentials are not required. I had mentioned then that 7 employees have walked away from the security of their jobs at City Hall because of his lack of leadership. I also warned you that more were to come. Fast forward a year, that number has gone over 20. That surely isn't bringing out the best in people. This following is just one example of how the mayor influences people. I don't think I need to remind the fire department the promises he made to support them and their bid to stay in the JPA, Joint Powers Agreement, during his election campaign. In case some have forgotten, he was the deciding vote to shoot down Sandpoint staying in the JPA. I also find it curious why a person who ran on putting Sandpoint first applied and interviewed for a community development director position in Moscow last year. And that was just being in office for less than 2 years. Is this the vision for Sandpoint by not wanting to be mayor anymore? Now it seems that after nearly 10 years as the city planner for Sandpoint, he has forgotten or doesn't care how resolutions work or how city code changes need to be done. Is that a competent leader? With our current fiasco, I won't say parking, where is the empathy for our businesses and citizens? Great leadership starts at the top. What I've witnessed is a continued lack of leadership and obvious
Thank
lack
you,
of
Ms.
care or
Time's
knowledge
up.
on how to run a city.
There another public comment? Madam
Next, we
Clerk?
have, yes, Stuart Christoph.
Good evening, Mr. Christoph.
Hello, councilors, mayor. I'm here to talk about data centers. The word data center carries a lot of weight these days, but most people don't really understand what a data center is. A data center is a building with lots of computers in it. They run the websites you visit. They store your files. When you take a picture on your iPhone and it's backed up to the cloud, data center. When you order new bed sheets from Bed Bath & Beyond, data center. When you send an email, data center. You'll catch a pattern here. In the same vein, anytime you hear someone say the cloud, data centers are the cloud is data centers. No magic, no mystery. Just remember, a data center is a building with lots of computers in it. This makes a bunch of concerns that people gripe about a little bit more silly and, more importantly, manageable. The zeitgeist is full of concerns, I think largely from fearmongers who don't understand what they're talking about, mostly with regard to water and electricity. If you're interested in learning more about these, of course, I encourage you to Google them. Yes, that's using a data center. A good faith interpretation of those peddling these concerns is that they're concerned AI is going to take our jobs. And to those people, I would ask, are you mad at the internal combustion engine? The conveyor belt? The telephone? Of course not. Technological process is what makes us wealthy, able to spend more time connecting with our families, collaborating with our communities, and enjoying our surroundings. Of course, I'm not here to say data centers are all sunshine and rainbows. There are legitimate concerns about technology adoption. Anyone with kids in the social media algorithm era is savvy to this. Personally, nuisance noise concerns are my most impactful element. But again, a data center is just a building with lots of computers in it. It could be pretty big, pretty annoying, but it's not magic. It's not a mystery. It's not something to fear. I think I wrote this before you guys talk
Mr.
about the
Christoph,
details.
We'll have to wrap it up. Your time is,
Yeah, sort out the details of it. It matters.
thank you.
Next, we have Lorna Mitchell.
Good evening, Ms. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm Lorna Mitchell and I live in the city of Sandpoint. Well, I wanted to say I am for putting measures on doing a data center. You know, whatever that involves. I think it's always good to pay attention and put measures in and not just be surprised by something happening that we wished we hadn't figured it out beforehand. Also, I wanted to say that I would hate to see the pesticides used again be at Memorial Field before the festival. I don't think we need to have pesticides going there. And thirdly, I wanted to say thank you to all of you for doing your jobs because it isn't easy. None of us, I don't think any of us want to do what you guys do. And it, you know, you're not always popular, but I want you to know you're appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Yvonne Arnold.
Hi, Yvonne Arnold. I'm no longer a resident of the city, but I do have property here and I come every day and commute to work from Sagal. So to be at that office. This general comment that I'm going to make is kind of tied to what the lady just said about pesticides, maybe. The city looks the filthiest I have seen it in 23 years. The weeds in the cracks everywhere on the sidewalks. And I don't know if you guys walk town every day. I do. It started with the trash cans. They don't fit everything that's in them and they haven't been cleaned and I don't know when. The weeds inside the snow areas on the bump outs, they're this tall. And I don't know if people think they're flowers. They're not. They're weeds. They're tansy. They're bad. So could we do something better in cleaning up the city? Because it just doesn't look like the Sandpoint I came here to see 23 years ago.
Thank you very much. And we are looking for revenue to pay for that sort of service.
That concludes, I don't have anybody else for.
All right, the public comment period has been concluded for the general comment period. Moving on is the consent calendar. For the record, the total amount of bills for approval is $784,065 for regular payables. Council, do you have any questions or are there any items you wish to remove from the consent calendar?
Is Nicholas here tonight?
Nicholas, you here? I did have a nice interview with him.
He is not here tonight.
He's not here, but I think he's going to be a wonderful addition to the Sustainability Committee. And of course, you probably know his wife is on our Urban Forestry Committee. So great service to our city from those residents. Any other questions or items wishing to be removed from the consent calendar? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Shriver, second by Aspiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Tate,
Yes.
Counselor Torres,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move the number 7 public hearing for the parking regulations and the number 8 proposed ordinance up to be heard first.
There's a motion to rearrange the order. So public hearing for, so item 7 and item 8 going next on the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I heard a lot of no's. I didn't know.
Can we just see, excuse me,
Go ahead.
how many folks are here for item number, either of the two subdivisions, preliminary plats? Okay, looks like a fair amount of folks.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I withdraw my motion.
Sorry.
Motion's been withdrawn. Moving on. So we will proceed with our public hearings. I'll now recite the order and procedure for the hearings. If this is your first public hearing, this will apply to all of our hearings tonight. First, staff is going to explain the subject of the public hearing. Then we will have a presentation by the applicant or their representative. Any questions from the council should be directed to the applicant at that time. Applicant, any responses should be directed back to the council, not to the public. Then we will open the public hearing, at which time the public may provide testimony. Those who wish to testify are required to complete a sign-up sheet. The member wishes to ask a question to the person testifying. Those questions need to be posed before the person returns to their seat. And the order we will go is those in favor, those neutral, and finally those opposed. Next, in the order of business, the applicant gets to rebut any testimony or their representative. The council may then ask final questions of the applicant. However, we need to limit new facts during that time. If new facts are brought out, the public will be given an opportunity to comment on any new facts that were raised. Finally, the public hearing will be closed for deliberation. No new information can be provided, and you can ask questions and clarify with staff during your deliberation and ultimate decision. For those members of the public attending the meeting online, these are special. These are quasi-judicial meetings. You are notified at the time you registered on Zoom. Except by prior arrangement and approval, testimony during our land use or other quasi-judicial public hearings will not be taken remotely. Those who wish to testify on these types of matters need to attend the meeting in person. 2 of the hearings this evening are quasi-judicial. I have not been apprised of any special arrangements made for remote testimony. Therefore, if you wish to testify, you will need to be here physically present in the room. For the record, any written comments received regarding these items were included in the meeting packet or otherwise provided the council if received in time to do so. So there we are. We will now move on to the public hearing and a decision on the request regarding Skyway Estates subdivision preliminary plat, PS 260001. Before we proceed, I will ask and confirm, do any council members have a conflict of interest or have you had any ex parte contact regarding this file? Councilwoman Rule, Schreiber,
None.
Duquette,
And
Torres, Tate, Spiro?
None.
I have neither. Moving on. I'll now yield the floor to Associate Planner Eric Brubaker for an introduction of the agenda item. I should also say former council member in Kootenai and former planning director of Ponderay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. The first project I have before you tonight is Skyway Estates. This is a preliminary plat. The applicant is Polar Built LLC, and it's being represented by Dobler Engineering. It's located at 2708 North Boyer Avenue. It's a proposal to divide approximately 4.5 acres into 26 lots. It includes right-of-way and give you a quick overview. It is 26 lots and there's right-of-way stubs to the east and to the south for future connectivity. I'm going to zoom out a little bit.
Eric, we're not seeing your screen at this point.
Oh my
so,
goodness.
We just have a technical item to address.
Well, I'm seeing it.
This is good.
Sorry, folks. Oh, no, you can't have my microphone. Oh, shit. All right. Sorry, everyone. It told me to close the browsers.
takes one.
No, real-time video.
Close. Turns his screen on.
That looks like it.
There we go. Now we're cooking with gas.
Try this again. Here we go.
That's your words.
It's made a real big like. All right. Where were we?
Start from the top. Perfect.
From the top, proposed subdivision, 26 lots. This is off of North Boyer Avenue. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so we can get some perspective. This is adjacent to existing residential subdivision to the north. Cross Boyer is the airport, and then there is a project approved for some new airplane hangars, basically directly across the street there. You'll see some construction activity. The general landscape in this area, it's relatively flat. It's up on the bench. To the east is Sand Creek, and you can see kind of the topography in that area. Water drains to the east. There is basically to the north is a residential subdivision with single family homes. Most of the property to the south is a similar character. There are several large lots directly to the south, and you'll see later on that's where we've created connectivity stubs. So zooming back in, just a little overview. Can you see my mouse? You
Yep.
can, just on a little delay. So this project, let me go up one. You'll see these stubs to the north. The subdivisions to the north created a right-of-way stub. This project is a benefactor of that, and it is basically extending the same courtesy to the properties to the south. You'll see similarly, there's a right-of-way stub here, and on Aspen Way to the south, same thing, basically planning for future connectivity and gradually building that into a neighborhood. So other things noteworthy on this project, this is kind of a long, narrow parcel. And while they provided connectivity, there wasn't really room for alleys. Additionally, Cottonwood to the north did not have alleys, so it didn't make sense to tie in there. Towards the west side, towards Boyer, you'll see there's a property with 40 feet of right-of-way, which is the requirement for properties adjacent to a subdivision that have not been developed. And so we require half of the right-of-way width plus 10. So our standard right-of-way is 60, which gives you 30, plus 10 is 40. And working with Public Works on this, they said as long as the utility connections work and the applicant was able to show that they can work, that's why there's a bit of a narrowing of the right-of-way there. It's because eventually that property and the properties to the east may do something similar, and we want to be prepared for that. Just a quick once over of the preliminary utility plan. And again, our process, as we develop, we do a preliminary plat approval. Then there's a public infrastructure permit, and that's where after the preliminary development plans are approved, we move forward with the final engineering. And in this one, there were some issues that were brought to light by the city engineer. If I can bring the mouse, you'll see the curb sidewalk. They're not to our standard. There were issues with the stormwater plan, and all those in conversation between the city engineer and the project engineer are resolvable and will be addressed at time of public infrastructure permit. That is one of the conditions. Other important things about this project, because it's long and skinny, there is a 50 foot of right-of-way. Our typical subdivisions are 60. Our code allows for 50 for local access drives. And they are able to accommodate all of our required infrastructure by applying 10-foot easements on either side of that 50-foot right-of-way. So really there's 70 feet to work with there in the street, utilities, sidewalk, street trees, etc. So reviewing the project, the zoning, single-family residential, the comp plan designation, low-density residential, the proposed lot sizes, 5160 to 6297 square feet are very consistent with both the comp plan and the zoning. They have created future connections, dedications of right-of-way to the public. One important consideration, and you'll see this in the conditions, is the western portion of this property is in the airport lateral safety zone. Lower density residential project is appropriate in the airport lateral safety zone, but there is a notice that's required, and that will be included in the final plat conditions. So the application and notice process was met Generally, I pulled out a couple of highlights from the comp plan. You'll see that in your staff report. You all may have found some other elements of the comp plan that apply, and will go into your decision making. So in summary, it furthers the comp plan objectives for expansion of new neighborhoods. There's a section on that. It does implement the RM zoning district standards, or actually that's a mistake. It's the RS zoning district standards. And the lots are compliant. It meets the subdivision requirements and meets the noticing requirements. I think most of this I've covered. The storm drain plan is feasible, but needs a final public infrastructure permit, and we'll get that review by the city engineer. And another one of the engineer's comments, I think it's appropriate that when they pave the driveway aprons, at the same time the sidewalks are poured, because there are specific requirements they need to meet when they do that, and those will be in the public right away. So I have no further presentation. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman,
I just had a quick question. It was hard to tell from the diagrams, and I can't remember exactly what our code says because I don't have it memorized. There'll be a green strip between the sidewalk and the street?
Yeah, that's the city standard.
Right,
Absolutely.
correct. Okay, I just wanted to make sure with that. And then the rest of what I have to say is compliments to staff for following the comp plan and trying to leave those stubs for connectivity. I think that is a wonderful thing. Sometimes when we don't look 20 years in the future, we don't understand why we do that. And then something like this comes along and we're finally able to connect to that other neighborhood. So I thought that was great. And I think that's all I really have to say about this.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Spiro.
Thank you for that presentation. The notice requirement, does that protect the airport? Was the airport involved in this?
So the airport is absolutely noticed in all of our applications, and their comment was basically that it's in the federal safety zone. The FAA is also noticed.
Awesome.
So when we say agency comment, it's basically any agency outside of the city that may have something to say about the project or regulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Torres.
just one quick question. How many rooms are these established? Are they going to be separate? Like, is it going to be 2 or 3, 1, 2?
So right now, this is a subdivision project. We don't have any building permit applications. It's not part of this.
Okay.
I mean, I
just
think
evaluating it.
it's reasonable to assume it's traditional single-family homes, but we really, right now, we're looking at the division of property, and that's it.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Duquette.
So right now, when it's built, it's one way in and one way out,
So,
right?
No.
Where
The Hubert Lane connection to the north is the additional way out, and I didn't mention that, but there's a fire access road requirement on that one. So on the northeast corner of the project, and I can go back if you'd like. So one way in off of Boyer and another way in off of Hubert Lane.
Okay, I looked that up on the GIS map and didn't see that it was connected.
So the right-of-way connects. This project, the developers will be required to do off-site improvements
Okay.
within that right-of-way, which already belongs to the city.
Okay. What about left turn lane going south on Boyer?
So we do a traffic impact study with each project. It didn't seem like that was warranted based on the engineer's comments.
Boyer's pretty busy and there's a bike path. I'm just curious to know about traffic turning in and out of there.
Yeah, that was reviewed.
Okay.
And that's why I have an engineer to work with.
Okay. Okay. There were no public comments I saw.
No, there were not.
Okay. It said, okay, dead end streets are discouraged in the comp plan, but if there's that hub or whatever you called it, I guess that makes it not a dead end street.
Can we bring the map back up?
Yeah, I'll bring the map back up. It's a stub is what I called it.
Stub, thank you.
Um,
Nub.
I think maybe Pam, you're referring to the full length of the street. On the far end, it goes north into the other subdivision, so it's not a dead-end street.
I see that on here, but if you look on the GIS, it is not.
They have to build it.
Okay, so
I understand. He said
Okay.
that you had to build it. I get that.
Okay.
It's just not
So
there yet.
in the improvement plan, you can see a little bit, they do show the pavement connecting.
I do see that.
That's off the project in the existing public right of way.
Any other council questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, so you mentioned that the new right of way is narrower at Boyer with the expectation that the adjoining property will dedicate additional right of way when that property subdivides in the future?
Yes, if that property subdivides in the future.
Okay. And there appears to be an occupied or at least occupiable residence on that property, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how far away from the property line is that residence?
So that property line meets our setbacks as is required if someone subdivides property that, and in fact, that property was not part of this subdivision, so that really would be moot, but honestly, you could probably measure it from the GIS as well as I can tell you, but it would meet our setbacks.
Okay. And so the pavement of that new road that's going to be constructed, that's going to go right up to the property line of the adjoining property?
No, because the pavement doesn't use the full right of way. Some of that right of way is used for utilities and planting strips, etc.
Okay.
So, on our typical right of way, we have 32 feet curb to curb at a 60-foot right of way.
Sure.
And
how
40
far-
yes is a squeeze, but there's no concern with the width.
Okay. I was just curious how far the edge of the roadway is going to be from the property line.
I can try and figure that out.
Because yeah, that drawing makes it look like the pavement goes right up to the property line. And the GIS, it looked like maybe 6 feet, which would be within our setbacks for a side yard that the adjoining property residence is from that property line. But obviously not the 20 feet that it would be if it was a front yard. But again, that's not part of this development.
You're right. That's not at all part of the applicant's. That may be something that when the applicant speaks, you might
Okay.
better suited.
And so I guess what is the recourse if that property were to never subdivide?
Well, then it would stay as is.
Okay.
So, there are lots of roads, streets, etc. on substandard right of way.
Sure.
It wouldn't be it's 60 feet that we wouldn't have street trees and sidewalks. But the access meets all of the standards and the right of way widths for 2 vehicles passing and so forth. So,
Okay. Is there any public safety concern with vehicles exiting a 35-mile-an-hour roadway onto pavement that's within less than 10 feet from a residence?
that's one for the engineers to answer. The reality is North Boyer has a number of encroachments. And one of the things by looking ahead here, over time, we want to see those reduced and less individual driveways and more very clear, deliberate encroachments.
Sure. Thanks. And then
moving on to a different topic, the 10-foot right-of-way dedication and the 10-foot sidewalk easement along Boyer, is that sufficient for the planned pathway along Boyer that we're in the process of constructing?
Yes, it is. In fact, they will be constructing their tiny little piece of it here.
Excellent.
And they do show there's room for it.
And then moving to the east side, that hammerhead at the end, it looks like that's just half of a street as well. And then if
Yes.
the subdivision were, if the neighboring property were to subdivide in the future, they would build the other half. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's how that code section works in
Sure.
in our general specific standards. Basically, it tries to accommodate enough physical improvements, but doesn't place the demand for full right-of-way dedication on any one property owner.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. Is there going to be any, like a curb or any sort of mechanism to capture stormwater from that roadway before it enters Sand Creek?
They're going to have a fully approved stormwater plan as part of the public infrastructure permit, and they will treat the water per our city code. So
Okay.
yes.
So that's throughout the whole development. I was just
yeah.
talking about that hammerhead specifically,
Yeah.
considering it's on that
They
edge.
will have, right, they will still have to treat that water.
Okay.
And it may be an open ditch, but it will be conveyed in a very precise way.
Perfect. That's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Any other council questions at this time before the applicant presents?
May I ask one more question?
Go ahead, Councilwoman DeKalb.
I always miss something. Are there driveways then for people to, is that where they're parking in driveways and at their houses?
Yeah, I imagine so. There's no alleys on this, so
So that
and
would
we
be
do have
part of
parking
the,
requirements, so yes, of course.
okay.
But
Mm.
it's not part of the proposal because we're looking at the public improvements.
Gotcha. And so the lateral safety zone for the airport, is that what considers the height of trees? How they can be? Because I remember on our wetland up there, they approached us about cutting some trees because of I think it was the lateral safety zone, the same. And I just am curious, when trees are planted there, I guess this is in the future, but if they are of the height that will have to be.
So someone can step in if I'm wrong, but it's a three-dimensional trapezoidal shape that regulates heights, and this is near the outer edge of the lateral safety zone. So I don't see that being an issue out here.
Okay, I was just worried about putting trees in that will grow too tall that will need to be topped. It kind of seems like it's right in line with our wetland up at the end, but I can't see that on here. Maybe somebody else. Just concerned about planting trees that won't make it.
Any other council questions before the applicant presents? All right, is the applicant present? Would like to speak?
Mayor, council members. My name is Matthew Avana. I represent Polar Belt. And our engineer, Gordon Dobler, couldn't make it tonight, so you got me. So I'm here to answer any other questions, but basically, the project's pretty straightforward, meets all the city code. We made, obviously, the decision and working with staff to go ahead and add all the connectivity, including to even doing the off-site improvements that aren't on this parcel at all, to have the connectivity going up north on that northeast corner you're talking about. And so that's all at our expense. And so we've also are doing the improvement that's going to be the future connectivity to Aspen Way. And yeah, I mean, I think that we've addressed all the issues. We're meeting everything per city code and to build nice, affordable housing in there. So any questions?
Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Kyle. Councilman Schreiber.
Thanks. And thanks for being here. Did you have any additional information you wanted to add about the questions I was asking about the adjoining property at the entrance?
Are you talking about the property to the north?
Yeah.
That right? I mean, that's not our property, so we can't, obviously improve that and encroaching that. And then at some point when, something happens there, or, I'm sure that piece will get built. I mean, as far as the in and out access, I mean, I've been along Boyer. I know the traffic impact studies were done, and I think we meet all the requirements for this. And we've worked with staff and the city engineers and our engineer to go ahead and address, what could be any issues in the future. But as far as that, I mean, that's not our property to go ahead and do,
Sure.
to do those improvements on both sides. I mean, I'd love to. Hey, sure, if they want to sell.
Can you speak to how close the pavement's going to be to that residence that's existing there?
Yeah, I mean, I know that we've got a boundary on it. I know that if you just look at the GIS, I know there's a little bit of geo shift, they call it, in there.
Sure.
So to be exactly accurate, I couldn't give you that information. I mean, I could figure it out, but I don't know that we went over there and actually tied that. You're talking about the house to the north, right?
Yeah.
Um, hold on here. I'm just pulling up my map here. Bear with me. Yeah, I mean, I believe we're talking over 10 or 15 feet. It's not sitting right on the edge there.
Okay.
And that's
Yeah.
just an estimate. I mean, it's definitely not 5 feet from the property line. I can assure you that. So, because there's a fence there and you can almost see the line delineated. I can see from my GIS on my map. So,
Sure. I guess I was asking on your side of the property line, how close is the pavement going to be to the property line? Because I see in the diagram, there's not enough room for a sidewalk. So it sort of looks like the pavement goes right up to the property line. Is that accurate?
yes,
Okay.
it is.
And so the only distance between the pavement and the existing resident is going to be on their property.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And also another note, I know there was a comment made about driveways and the sidewalk and that actually we made the decision to go ahead and make all the walkways 6 inches. So to address wherever the approaches are, it's going to be compliant. We don't have to tear things out or, accommodate that. It just makes it easier to make the whole sidewalk 6 inches thick. So I think that was a comment that staff had. So few things that we're just preemptively doing already to kind of address things for the future when the houses get built. So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other council questions for the applicant at this time?
I'm still confused on,
Question?
yeah,
Far away.
when there's the traffic study, and maybe this isn't your issue, but for future traffic on Boyer, all of those little side streets coming in there, I guess it's a general question, maybe to legal, who handles those?
You want to talk about
When-
our traffic study, trip generation, how that works?
In the future, because Boyer's busy and it's not going to be
Nope.
less busy. Okay, Bill.
Thanks, Councilmember, for the question. For the record, Bill Dean, City Planner. So streets are adjusted in a number of ways. So first of all, you've got your subdivision standards. You've got engineers having, code required traffic analyses, trip generation letters that can eventually turn to a full-blown traffic impact study. We deal with the amount of curb cuts that go into any given road based on its road classification. If you have a freeway, for example, there's going to be less coming and going off the actual travelway than it would be on a residential street, and things scale from there. So on a street like Boyer, that's probably classified as an arterial roadway, there's going to be policy and standards that limit the amount of driveway spacing that you can have and have the number of curb cuts relative to the next curb cut. It's all about the spacing of the driveways given the speed of the road and what the speed contains. So our engineers manage all this. A lot of the property was developed long ago. Cities' policies change as it relates to the classification of streets. So what happens is as development occurs, you have to evaluate the context that you're in. Is there a driveway immediately next door? Is it going to be safe given the volume that's going to be generated from this new project? All that goes into the engineer's thinking when they make a recommendation on whether or not you need a turn pocket, whether or not you have to space the curb cuts farther apart. Keeping in mind that the less curb cuts that you have, the faster traffic's going to go. So it's this balancing act in the community of trying to decide what you want your roads to be. But rest assured that there is an enormous amount of engineering that goes into understanding and making sure that projects comply with city standards. It has to be looked at as much as sewer and water lines and storm drainage are looked at.
And that's already been done.
Yes, it has to be done as part of every subdivision review.
Okay.
All right, hearing no other questions, thank you very much. You'll have a chance to rebut any public comment.
Thank you.
I will now prepare to proceed with the public hearing. As recited earlier, I'll first call those who wish to testify in support of the application, then those who are neutral, and finally those who are opposed. Again, if you wish to testify, please complete a sign-up form and hand it to staff at the back table. Please indicate on the form whether you're in favor, neutral, or opposed. City policy provides that the presiding officer may allow gifted time during a public hearing, where you may gift your time to someone else. The person gifting may do so only once, and the person receiving may only receive one gift for a total of up to 6 minutes. If you are gifted time, please state as much when you begin speaking and state the name of the person who gifted your time. Both parties must be present here in the chambers. Otherwise, each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. Please note that the rules of civility and decorum, as recited earlier, are in effect. And just a reminder, no testimony from Zoom since this is a quasi-judicial hearing. The public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed to speak in support?
No, I do not have anybody for support.
Madam Clerk, has anyone signed to speak as neutral?
No, I do not have anybody for neutral.
And Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak in opposition?
Yes, I have a Lonnie William.
I'm going to give my 3 minutes to one of the other people that's next for that.
There's nobody else.
No one else is opposed to it?
It appears no one else has signed up in opposition. Okay.
Yeah. I was going to give my 3 minutes. I didn't know
Gotcha.
no one else was opposed.
Gotcha. Excellent. The applicant, I assume, isn't going to rebut anything that wasn't said. So therefore, council members, are there any final question for the applicant covering existing information before the hearing closed? Public hearing is now closed. Council members may ask questions of staff, but it is now your time to deliberate.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Shred.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. What is the criteria that we use to determine whether an adjoining property is going to be subdivided in the future?
We're racing to the mic.
Yeah, sorry, that's their choice entirely. There is not criteria for that.
Right, but you have different rules in place for an adjoining property that will be subdivided as opposed to one that won't.
Yeah.
When it comes to roadways, for example.
Are you asking a question of when?
Right.
Is this a timing question?
No, I think I understand the question. It's that we require 40 feet of right of way in certain cases, and it is not exactly black and white. I mean, that's why we have a body like this, to tell you the truth. Like,
Sure. So it appears on that GIS that lot to the north is 2.93 acres.
So Councilman Schreiber, so the GIS information you are relying on is not in the record. You
Okay.
cannot review GIS ahead of a public hearing, the same as we've talked before, you can't go walk the property. So
Oh, I haven't done any of that, but he said you could probably look on GIS, so I did.
you cannot,
Okay.
it's not part of the record of this public hearing.
Okay, so we have a situation where if a development is abutting an unplatted property that is likely for future development, we have different rules for right-of-way, for example, than if it's abutting a neighborhood that's already developed, like the Cottonwood Glen, correct?
that's correct.
And what determines whether that is a vacant property that's likely to be developed versus an occupied property that's not likely to be developed?
It's because it is subdividable. I think is the best test I would use in that situation. If something is divided to our lot size minimums, then it cannot be further subdivided. In this case, like a lot of these properties were developed when this was a dirt road. And we have a lot of individual driveways. And over time, I think if you look at the city's transportation policies, multimodal, this is a minor arterial. And as such, we want to limit the number of conflict points or accesses. And so it's reasonable to say, yeah, someday this could use that right away. And if that is possible or potential, then we have to give the benefit of the doubt. I'm curious if.
Well, I think it's a good question. Now I understand the question.
I'm not sure I do. Can I just ask, Councilman Schreiber, can you speak more broadly? I'm not quite following you. Is your concern that on the western side of this, where it abuts Boyer, or your question regarding the 40-foot width versus what would be 50 feet typically? Is that where you're getting, or are you thinking more on the eastern side where Hubert Lane is dedicated as 40 feet?
No, I'm absolutely looking at the intersection with Boyer on the west side, where the sidewalk infrastructure abruptly ends, with the assumption that someday the neighboring property is going to continue that sidewalk.
Right.
And I'm just asking, how do we determine how to make that assumption that someday that neighboring property is going to continue that sidewalk?
Right. And to some degree, and I'll let staff jump in, but it's a proportionality too. You assume that, the obligation or the exaction isn't going to come necessarily all from one property owner, that it's a shared dedication effectively. We've got some examples, the street just south of the library, between First Christian and the library, where it's narrow, and then as future development occurred, it was widened. So you have many areas historically in town where you've dedicated and exacted from the developer less than full right of way. And when the subsequent development comes on, they do their other portion.
Sure. I guess I'm asking if I own let's say I own a 1/4 acre and my neighbor wants to build a road right up to my property line. But I have no intention of ever building anything more than the house that I've already built on my 1/4 acre. Technically, by our code, I could subdivide that into smaller pieces, could I not?
You could.
So is that enough of a reason that my neighbor could say, well, I'm going to build my road, just half of the road, right up to your property line, with the assumption that someday you're going to tear down your existing house and subdivide this property, even though it's the same size as many of the other single-family lots in that neighborhood?
Yeah, and I'll let legal get into Nolan, Dolan, and proportional exactions, and some of the other things. So staff, you're in the position to, I think, carry this forward.
I think it's a great question. And I think it's a reasonable question. It's subdivisions and development occurs, and we have a set of standards. And when we look at something like this, I think Eric is correct. You have the opportunity to visualize Sandpoint is a growing environment with development interest, that there's a potential for this notched out parcel to develop in the future. There's a reasonable assumption that maybe it would, because as Eric mentioned, that the lot size exceeds the minimum lot requirements for the zone district of residential single family. However, to your point, it may never be subdivided, in which case you've approved a subdivision, doesn't have a sidewalk or anything that makes that final connection. And the question for council is, you have the ability to look at this both ways. And that's why Eric mentioned, that's why we have a body like this. You have the ability to look at this in both ways. And on the one hand, you clearly have the sidewalk connections because you've got sidewalks on the south side of that street. So there is pedestrian connectivity going to Boyer. Is it acceptable to have a long-term situation where you don't have that on the north? Potentially many years until and if that
Like if there is an existing structure, for example.
Right, exactly. Say that's just a perfectly viable property as it is. It can go on, in perpetuity as such.
Similar
So-
size to the other property.
And that's precisely why the council gets to make these decisions of whether or not you can make findings for approval that you've completed your infrastructure and you've come up with a reasonable approach to weighing all of this in this context. The idea that you have a zone district that allows more in that parcel than is currently being utilized. All the things we've mentioned as part of the record. But you're absolutely right. It's a choice. And each context is going to be different. I can assure you that. It's not a one size fits all, although that would probably be a standard. So these are things that are evaluated. If, for example, that notched out property, for example, were proceeded to the east in the subdivision, 200 more feet, and you had a really long section of road that wouldn't be with its full complement of sidewalks and landscaping, maybe that would factor differently. Maybe not. So it's a council can go and evaluate this from the context of what your findings require. It's code compliant. It meets the standards. The code specifically addresses this by saying you can share the burden of right of way across property owners. But in evaluating the subdivision, you can also reach the conclusion on a case-by-case basis, understanding the facts, that maybe in certain locations you want to see certain things extended, sidewalks, for example. That's also a reasonable place to land. But again, that's for you to decide.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Kyle.
Thanks. No, that's good. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Spiro.
Councilor Schreiber, do you mind working backwards? Is your concern that it seems arbitrary, or you're concerned about a future connectivity going north? Or
North, well, west and then north.
Yeah, are we at the point where?
No, we're going to still have the public hearing. Oh, no, we've had the public comment, sorry.
Oh, I can,
So.
yeah,
we are
Okay,
going-
so we're at the point of deliberation.
if you don't mind
so-
walking me through that.
Sure. Yeah. So there is, how should I say this? There's definitely a possibility that property will never subdivide. And I would like to see the sidewalk go through, but I also have public safety concerns with the winters that we get here. We get icy roads, cars turning off of a 35-mile-an-hour street, and the pavement going right up to the property line of that neighbor who didn't sign up for any of this. Cars could go sliding onto their property through no fault of their own, in a way that doesn't exist now. So by allowing this, we are potentially creating a problem that doesn't already exist. And so that's my concern, is that, yeah, we're creating a substandard access point onto one of our main collector roads. We're allowing a sidewalk that dead ends in a way that might never actually connect to anything, which kind of negates the usefulness of it. And yeah, I'm concerned about the safety of the neighbors.
Like a car sliding into the.
Yeah, a car accident could push a car. So, I mean, if it's possible, I would like to see that roadway at least moved further south, if not expanded. I guess the pavement being right up to the property line is the problem for me more than the right of way width, because I'm comfortable with 10-foot lanes. So a 40-foot right of way can easily accommodate 20 feet of driving lanes. But the fact that those driving lanes are aligned directly next to somebody's existing home, to me seems like an undue hardship on that neighboring property owner.
Could we have staff pull up the Skyway Estates PDF from the staff report, just so we can really zoom in better on this area?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Rule.
I guess my comment is I'm not comfortable up here on the dais engineering a road. It's outside of my pay grade, not as a counselor, but as a physical therapist. But I do fix all the people that might get hit on a sidewalk or have their house crashed into. So I'm at a loss as to how these relate to platting a subdivision. We're not building houses yet. I mean, I understand the risks that Counselor Schreiber is talking about, but I feel like that's sort of outside the space in which we decide whether or not a subdivision is addressing all the regulations of ordinance that we have. So I'm struggling with some of these conversations. I feel like we're outside the space in which we should be on approving or not approving a subdivision plat that meets all the regulations within our code.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rule.
The thing, Mr. Mayor, that I would have council keep in mind is making sure that you are evaluating what is in the record. You do not have that neighboring property owner here objecting or providing comment on their own.
Great point. Thank you.
There's no evidence in the record regarding the safety concerns other than commentary of council.
Great point. Other council discussion?
Mr. Mayor, then
Councilwoman Duquette.
would Councilman Schreiber's condition be changing that? I mean, if you're offered a condition to this.
I feel like I'm,
In the-
sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber, but I would.
I feel like I'm
reference
getting
that.
conflicting information here. I was just told that we're in a gray area that council is, it's up to us to decide, but then also that we can't use the information that we need to make that decision. So am I out of line by raising these safety concerns?
You can't utilize information that's not in the public hearing record. So if you want to make a request to have that section of the road revised is what it sounds like and then have all of council vote on that, the whole plat would have to come back. You can't revise that on the fly tonight.
So part of that conditions, part of the motion, wasn't there one that said with conditions? Isn't that what this would be?
I don't think this could be handled with a condition.
Okay.
We can't design, that's a technical exercise that needs to be done under the careful eye of an engineer. There's more that goes into this. There's utility issues that go through the road. You have the ability to go either way on this thing, and your deliberations are what matter at this point.
But the choice is approve or deny.
No, I thought there was another.
It's not.
Correct. You have, yeah, that's absolutely right. You can't condition this thing. I would think it would be a stretch to condition the project to redesign the road. I think that would be an inappropriate condition. You can approve it or you can deny it.
And if you deny it, you have to provide direction to the applicant of what they need to do to be successful under Idaho code.
Okay.
Any further council discussion or deliberation?
Councilman Schreiber, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Spiro?
Does it change the fact that, I mean, we're assuming that every car is going to be turning onto that subdivision when they also have another option to coming in, say on Alexander Way to Hubert Lane going around? Maybe it won't be as impactful as one might think.
I would say that other option is kind of lengthy and out of their way, but
True.
I mean, it looks like it's.
I certainly appreciate the connectivity. That does make a huge difference for me. Maybe if the rest of the council would be willing to continue this public hearing.
I guess one thing I mean, we know that legally the abutting neighbor was notified, and that's very telling to me that they're not here with raising concerns, and I'm taking that into consideration with this decision tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Rule.
may I call for the vote?
Is there a motion?
I move to accept the final plat for this subdivision
It's
of Skyway Estates.
I believe it's a preliminary plat.
Preliminary, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, my mistake.
Skyway Estates and Councilwoman Rule, if I could just ask you to expand on that motion to say that you've reviewed the findings and concur that those appropriate findings have been made.
I have reviewed the findings. I've been in discussion, and I believe that I've been informed from staff and legal that everything is up to our codes for the subdivision.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Approved with the conditions as presented by staff.
Approved as with conditions presented by staff. For, I believe the major one was stormwaters will,
There's a whole series.
yeah, there's a whole series of them.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Roll, second by Aspiro to approve the preliminary plat, the findings and the concurring the findings have been made and conditions of staff in the staff report have been adhered to or are included. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Tate.
Alexander Way onto North Boyer, taking, I guess we don't, I have the map in front of me, but it's a very blind corner. Do you want to bring that up, anybody?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman
I have
Roll.
a question for legal. When one of the counselors calls for the vote, is there then additional discussion after we've had debate?
You're correct, Councilwoman Rule. You called for the vote, but then I said there needs to be a motion, then you made the motion. So now you could call for the vote if you'd like.
I'd like to call for the vote.
This will be a roll call vote.
Per the Robert's Rules of Order, every counselor gets one opportunity to say.
Thank you, legal.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was looking for.
Thank you. Thank you, Zach.
Yes. Not question.
Well, I just wanted to point out the taking a left turn south on Boyer from Alexander Way is borderline suicidal for how fast people can go. So knowing that that is a thing and there could be a couple of entrances into this project, I'm going to vote no. I would like to hold this off until we can do a little bit more discussion on it. So that's where I sit.
Councilman Tate, I just asked that you specify which conditions and which standards as identified in the staff report don't meet city standards if you can.
I'll add one more thing if I may. So if you intend to vote no, you need to identify which standard is not met and what the applicant could do to be successful on that standard.
But he's not voting no yet.
Well,
It's not his
Mr. Mayor.
call.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schreiber.
what if you want to vote no to approve rather than continue?
You would, if you were voting to continue, you would need.
We already have a motion on the
You
table.
have a motion to approve on the table.
Correct. So my only option now is to vote no if I wish to continue.
Well, and there's no such thing as a continuance on this. You have a closed record.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Aspiro.
if I understand correctly, it's if the motion failed, then we'd be able to open it back up for
If
a
the motion
change.
fails, you can make another motion.
Right.
But
For now,
I'm not understanding. If you want to continue this to a date certain to reopen the public hearing, you need to articulate the purpose for reopening the public hearing and what information you would be looking for.
No, just to consider this without reopening the public hearing.
oh, like directing staff?
No, like I've heard a lot of information tonight. I need to digest it and I'm not prepared to make a decision at this time.
You can continue for that. It's a closed record. Nobody can talk about it and you can't consider any additional information.
That's what I'm looking to
That
do, but we
motion-
already have a motion on the table. So my only option is to vote no. How do I do that if I don't have a,
You could move to amend the motion. And you could move to amend the motion to continue rather than approve. And if you get a second, then you vote on the amended motion. And depending on the outcome of that, then you go back to the original motion.
And you might have a second.
I vote to amend, to continue to August 15th. Second meeting in August.
Been a motion.
Different things. The second meeting in August, and is that actually on the 15th?
No, that's why I changed my wording.
It might be, but I'm just,
It's not, it's the 19th.
thank you.
So there's been a motion to amend, to continue deliberations and a decision to August 19th, and that was seconded by Tate.
Correct, second, yeah.
We now
We
vote,
did a short
we now
discussion.
vote on the amended, the amendment.
Whether you wish to amend the motion.
Let's vote on that.
Do we get discussion on that?
On the amendment?
No.
Yes.
No.
I just have a question. If we do this and we still have issues with the entrance exits off of Boyer and we can't do any research or anything, how are we going to come up with
You have
anything different?
you have a staff report with all the required criteria and standards of our code to subdivide land, and the staff report and the planning commission have found that all those criteria and standards have been met. That's what you have to research, plus any record you heard tonight.
May we vote?
On
Any
the
other-
amendment.
We're now voting on the amendment. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call vote?
Counselor Tate,
Yes.
Counselor Torres,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
No.
Amendment-
Motion passes.
It passed. So the amendment passed. This item will be continued until August 19th, and we will go from there. Moving on to item 7. The final public hearing we have tonight, no, on that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
Close to final.
did you mean item number 6?
Yes, item 6.
I never remember. Okay, I do that.
Second public hearing this evening is for Ridley Village Court PUD Final Development Plan Preliminary Subdivision PS 250003 and PUD 250001. I yield the floor to Planning Associate Planner Eric Brubaker again for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. The next project we have tonight is a public hearing for Ridley Village Court. This is a final PUD application and a preliminary subdivision application. They're run concurrently. And you'll be reviewing both of them for our city standards. So a little bit of background on this one. This project started before my time at the city. It's been going for a couple of years, and this is the final public hearing. The project is a 4.1 acre lot south of Highway 2 between Ridley Village Road and Madison Avenue. It is in the residential multifamily zone. It's medium density residential on the comp plan. And the PUD allows, in general, the PUD process allows flexibility in development, housing variety, so that developers may do something other than the standard cookie cutter project. It's very broad in its flexibility, and therefore it's very heavy in its process, and that's why this will be the 4th public hearing. It's 2 steps. The initial step took place in March and April of last year, 2025. And at that point, they received approval in concept. And there were conditions on that approval, basically directive to the applicant to say, these are things we would like to see as conditions on the project. In addition, there's a request for preliminary plat approval, and the site, so some of you have seen this before, some of you have not, but this is off of Ridley Village Road. This is kind of the northwest corner of the site. Looking north. This is a little farther down Ridley Village Road, looking east. This is looking across Ridley Village Road at Ridley Village. And also kind of looking up the road, so you can kind of get some context here. Another shot from Ridley Village Road. You'll see to the west of this property. There is a new multifamily project. And shifting over to the northeast corner of the project, this is kind of near the intersection of Autumn and
River Rock?
River, no,
Madison Ave.
yes, Madison Avenue. Not, that's why. So this is looking west across the project from that northeast corner. To try and kind of ground the plans that you've seen, and we'll see this property line along the northern portion of the project. It abuts the charter school, and that's where there's a proposed public easement for an access pathway that basically extends Autumn, but for bikes and pedestrians and not for a through right of way. This is kind of the same location, a little bit different time of year. And this is looking at Madison Avenue. I guess I stumbled on Madison because this is very different from what you might think of for Madison Avenue, but to the north, approaching the charter school, you'll see that's an existing bike ped only connection of right of way. So this is a general overview. It's a little bit of a odd Tetris shaped parcel, and the proposal presented by Affinity Real Estate Management is for 56 townhomes on 4.1 acres. It's between Ridley Village Road and Madison. It's surrounded by residential and multifamily development, except for to the north where there's a church, some professional offices. It is approximate to Forestburg Charter School, Bonner County Admin Building, EMS, the high school, middle school, not too far from War Memorial Field and the Forest Service and IDL offices. One of the things, well, we have this shot up, as the city has grown over time, initially most of these properties accessed north-south, connecting to Highway 2. And gradually we're seeing some east-west connectivity. So this is that kind of timeline of the project I spoke to before. It began in 2024. There was a Planning and Zoning Commission hearing in March of last year, a council meeting in April. There was an approval in concept at that time with conditions, and that's a lot of what we're going to be looking at tonight. And we received the application. Basically, the applicant went to work and prepared final plans. We received that in December, and we're here today for the final public hearing following the Planning Commission hearing. You'll have the details in your staff report about the Planning Commission decision. We had some public comments on this, a number of public comments, and we also had agency comments. To try and summarize them, the full comments are in your staff report. The school district has kind of a standard comment on bigger projects, and every time they emphasize that Idaho state law does not allow for impact fees for schools, and they ask that developers provide voluntary contributions to support schools. ITD, they recommended continued coordination with the city. If folks remember from the multimodal transportation plan, there's some drawings in there of potential improvements to Highway 200, and one of those intersections that needs help is Highway 2 in Ontario. The state does not have funds in the near-term pipeline, and they suggested we continued to work towards some intersection improvements there. And we've received 14 public comments prior to hearing. Suspect we may have some more tonight. City council approval and concept. So these are the items that were conditions of approval in the city council decision, the 1st of May last year. They were to construct the open space towards the center of the PUD, which per the original plan, that's because the planning commission had suggested relocating that open space, and the council went back to the original plan in their conditions. They suggest incorporating traffic calming into River Rock Road, providing a 15-foot setback on lots abutting Cattail Court, and architectural privacy screening. They required installation of streetlights at Ridley Village Road per the original plan, and there was a westernmost driveway on River Rock that was conditioned to be 35 feet away. The conditions asked for snow storage to be shown and provided for, and a 6 to 8 foot wide public path extending in line with Autumn Lane for bikes and pedestrians. So the nuts and bolts, 56 townhomes, all on individual lots, associated streets, utilities, pathways, and open space. The townhome lots range from 1,670 to 2,962 square feet. There were parking provided via 66 garage spaces, 10 internal off-street parking spaces, and additional public street parking along River Rock, Ridley Village, and Madison Avenue. The 13 or 14% open space, it exceeds the 10% requirement, and they provide extensive internal and external connectivity through pathways, sidewalks, and street extensions. So I kind of already hit these. And so tonight you're going to be reviewing for conformance with the city code. 10-3 governs PUDs, 10-1 governs subdivisions, and looking at the comprehensive plan alignment, the applicant is seeking relief from certain standards, and that's part of the PUD process. Specifically, front setbacks to 0, rear setbacks to 0 versus 15. A PUD perimeter setback of 0 except the 15 feet along Cattail Court. They're showing narrower streets, 54 feet versus 60, and they have front-loading garages and some of the units with 2 to 10 foot setbacks versus a 25-foot standard. We kind of talked about connectivity, just one of our code sections that guides us on this street arrangement. The arrangement of streets in new subdivisions or other developments shall make provision for the direct continuation of principal existing streets and adjoining subdivisions. So this is a little overview of right-of-way widths as proposed. One thing I need to mention that there's a 10-foot wide public access easement through the extension of Autumn Lane alignment. So these are the code sections that govern us, and basically you're evaluating the project with the conditions based on whether they generally conformed to the approval and concept that previously went before City Council. Similarly, the preliminary plat, you're going to be doing the exact same thing, but reviewing Title 10, Chapter 1. considering infrastructure, public, private, and our city standards. So I'd happily stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brubaker. Council members, any questions before the applicant comes up and presents if they're here?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Duquette.
did the developer offer impact fees for the school district?
No,
Does anybody ever?
no.
Okay. It says approval in principle. What does that mean?
No, that comes right out of our code. The language, I think you got to just read it for what it is. It's a two-step process so that it's a very intensive design process for a PUD, and the council wants to look at it before they go into the detailed drawing stage, and that's where the approval in principle comes in.
Okay, all we are approving is what?
No.
No, you don't, I didn't finish.
Well, I felt like I misspoke.
Okay,
Counselor, the approval in principle happened last May, to be clear.
okay,
So tonight we are approving the final PUD development plan,
okay, and we are approving,
or that's what's on the table anyway.
the council decided conditions were last time,
Correct. We've given,
just on the conditions that they met or didn't meet. Is that correct?
we're approving, correct. The staff has provided us this report analysis, and the planning commission has said it is consistent with the conditions we placed on it last year when we gave them the yellow light to proceed. Think of it that way. So now they're here looking for that final chapter to be closed, and concurrently there is a plat, so the actual splitting of the land with the streets that is tied to this. So there's two things going on here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time? You will have a chance to ask them subsequent questions.
Just a quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Torres?
So I'm sorry, I don't know about this, but like the parking, so you said there's 56 parking like garages, and then there's going to be a space behind it so they can park another car so we can get
Let me see if I can pull that up for you real quick.
And mainly it's just understanding that there's going to be parking on the
So
streets. and
there's
stuff,
about
so-
10 off-street parking spaces off of the private roads that are part of the PUD. And then there will additionally be off-street parking, but we don't review for off-street parking, so that's kind of bonus in this situation. If you can see here, Mr. Torres, this is one of the private streets, and between the private street and the garage door, there's parking spaces. This mouse is really finicky, but I hope. You might just ask the applicant, but if you can see kind of on the southeast corner of the project off of Road D there, those are what are considered the additional non-garage off-street parking spaces.
Can they fit two cars in their driveway and like, so they park one in the
Tandem,
garage?
yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff before the applicant speaks? All right, thank you, Mr. Brubaker. Is the applicant or applicant's representative in the house? State your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Council. Aaron Qualls, SCG Alliance Consulting Services. I'm representing Affinity Management tonight. And if I could share my screen, that would be super helpful. I'd go over some of those conditions and how we attempted to meet them. Very pleased that so many showed up in support of our project tonight. Good turnout.
And council members, while Mr. Qualls is getting set up, I just want to reaffirm, we asked it before. I think it covered both of them, but please speak up. Does anyone have a conflict of interest or ex parte contact on this file?
No.
Councilman Spiro? Okay.
No.
Torres?
Nope.
Cat?
None.
Cool.
No.
I do not either.
Okay, here we go. Just, so as Eric mentioned, we are seeking final approval of our planned unit development tonight, along with approval of our preliminary plat also included. This follows a unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission, which followed approval by this body, the City Council, about a year ago with conditions, which followed a recommendation of approval by the Planning Commission before that. I'd like to go over how we met some of the conditions and a brief overview of the project and some of the benefits. Before I do, I'd like to bring up Kirk Rector with Affinity Management, wants to talk a little bit about his vision, who I met 2 years ago. We look forward to breaking ground following approval this summer. Kirk?
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Rector.
My name is Kirk Rector. I'm the owner and founder of Affinity Real Estate Management. We've been in business for about 18 years. I've been in the business for about twice that long. I'm about losing count, but 36, 37 years. So we've done Affinity's been involved with a variety of projects. Our most recent projects have been institutional grade, 5/2, they call it construction, structured parking, commercial on the ground level, and mid-rise apartment projects. So this is a little different for us, but this type and scope of project is right in our wheelhouse. This is what our background. We've got a lot of experience with these kind of developments and bringing together teams and investors that put these projects together. We just do one at a time. It's not a, we're a small private development company. I've been a local resident here for several years. I love the town. I love the environment, love the people. Schweitzer originally kind of brought me here. And that's kind of one of the reasons I want to get interested in looking into this type of project. I just love it here, love the people here. So we're really, as Aaron mentioned, this has been a 2-year process. I know that's been mentioned by Eric. So I remember to this day sitting 2 years ago, 2 summers ago, meeting with Aaron to begin with, developing the schematic, starting to plan and vision what this project could look like. So we've got, there's been thousands of emails, thousands of hours, quite frankly, that has been put into this project. There's been a lot of time, a lot of thought, a lot of intention, and that's kind of the way we like to do things. You've got to be patient with this type of project. And we think we've been very diligent and methodical up to this point. So we're following up to the final approval, as was mentioned, with the planning and zoning with no added conditions. There's actually a comment made by one of the committee members. There's enough conditions on this project. I don't think we need to add any more. I thought that was interesting. So we believe, we've worked through all the details. Probably most importantly, we feel like we've worked with the neighborhood and the local community the best we can and to accommodate their concerns. We listened to their concerns. That's been very important to me. And tried to accommodate, their requests the best we can. And so Aaron will elaborate on that during his time. So we went ahead and closed on the property at the end of 2025. So we've been committed to finalize our plans and proceed, with your approval tonight, hopefully. So the original impetus for the project and my vision was obviously there's a need for affordable housing. I mean, that's pretty tough to deny from a national, local, regional, and national level. And so I've been asking myself, to begin with early on, how do you deliver, affordable housing? What does that mean? And I've come to the conclusion, and we're showing this through this project, in real time. I believe that we need to find smaller square foot options for people, smaller lots, and smaller footprints because the costs keep going up and up. Land keeps going up and up. That's not everybody is probably well aware of that. And so we have a unique, community that we're developing here with amenities, walking paths. Want this to be nicely landscaped, large open area for residents, for small gatherings and events. We think, we put, again, a lot of time and attention. It's well designed. We're going to have quality construction. We're working with a local contractor, Heyman Brothers, which some of you may be aware of. They've been great to work with, as well as Reed Weber with North Route, who's in town here. So we've got a fantastic team assembled. Everybody we're working with, all these professional service people are local. That was one of my intentions, just to be right to begin with. We like to work with local people, and so I put that in place. Our realtor, Rich Curtis, he's been very instrumental in this process as well. We've got multiple unit plans available. These are functional open floor plans. And we've got, just to give you an idea, anywhere from 11 to 1,600 square foot units or homes. And over 50% of the units will be all first floor living. So as they say, aging in place, which has been really important. I think it's a good product, that appeals to a wide variety of demographics and buyers. And so we're very focused on building quality homes and projects for residents and owners and a quality community. I want this to be, built to last. So, I don't want this to look good and, just after it's built. I want this to be, have longevity with it and look good in 10, 15, 20 years and down the line. So we're very excited to work with our local team here and move forward with the process. And again, we invested a lot of time and energy and resources. I can tell you that. And we look forward to bringing this to fruition here, even hopefully beginning this summer. Some site work. So appreciate your consideration and look forward to your decision tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Record.
Thanks, Kirk. As Kirk mentioned, the evolution of this project was very robust, involved your input, the Planning Commission, a lot of stakeholder and community input, and of course, a lot of work with city staff. This is the kind of a vicinity map. It's that kind of odd-shaped, a Tetris-looking piece that if you ever play that video game, when that comes down, you don't know what to do with it. This is a drone shot and kind of shows the surrounding area. We took full consideration of the fact that the school is nearby and some commercial, and also talked a lot about the connectivity. A lot of multifamily to the west. That's to the bottom of the screen, which you can't really see. And right now, from Ridley Village Road, you could throw a Frisbee and land it on school grounds, but to get the Frisbee, you'd have to get on the highway. This project will change that by providing two new connections, one pedestrian path and one a complete road with sidewalks, street trees, and planting area. So it's really going to open up the opportunity for a whole section of town to get to a variety of popular destinations, such as the charter school, Washington Elementary, the 3rd Street Pier downtown, Lakeview Park, Memorial Field, by a variety of ways. We've also worked closely with the Spot Bus and got their input. As we understand, and I believe Donna is here tonight, and she may have comments and maybe can correct me if I'm misspeak. Currently, they come down, have to enter on a private property and turn around and go back out. This will enable them to change their route so that they don't have to go in and go out like everyone else on Ridley Village Road does now. And they'll even pass by an assisted living center that may want to have pickups as well. This is the original concept presented, and it evolved with your help and everyone else involved through the process. So let me go over some of the changes. And here's the 7 conditions that Eric went over briefly in his opening. We've reoriented the park in the middle, which has garden plats and a gazebo, trails connecting, little fire pit. We've incorporated traffic calming by a speed table, which also can serve as a walkway, an elevated walkway for safety to get to the park from the units to the south there. We've also incorporated, little sidewalk bridges to orient stormwater into the stormwater soil. The setbacks along Cattail Court, based on a lot of community input from those adjacent neighbors in Maplewood Village, also a PUD from a couple decades ago. We've maintained a 15-foot setback, and we've also changed the orientation of the decks so that they face away, the upper deck, so they face away from those residents, and also incorporated privacy windows up above. Our revised plans show the installation of a street light at the new intersection of River Rock Road, which will extend to Ridley Village Road. We are looking forward to working with staff on something maybe a little less intensive for the entrance to what's called Road A here, which is really a drive aisle. We want, maybe lower Kelvin lighting, something that's not as disturbing to neighbors and residents. And at the same time, we've also, not a condition, but we really want to make sure that pathway is we've designed to be 8 feet. The condition was 6 to 8. We've gone with 8. We've also continued it even across the asphalt to be concrete, so it's a continuous material. We want to incorporate lighting along that too, so that kids coming home from the charter school in the darker months feel safe. We've reoriented the garage to the south there so that it maintains that 35-foot distance from the intersection. We have up at the top there where the arrow is, we've reoriented that garage so that snow removal equipment can better get in and out. And all these stormwater systems double as snow storage. And that's the 6 to 8 foot wide path on the north side. Some additional modifications. This was also a condition, is a fence along the charter school property, which they asked for, which we're happy to provide, and that's the design schematic for it. We've also, based on some public comment we heard through the process, we've reoriented the curb cuts so that they face directly across rather than angled into the intersection for improved safety, particularly if you're on a wheelchair. We've widened the alley a little bit for Road E. It's cut into our green space a little bit, but we wanted to make sure there was adequate turn radius for pickup truck design vehicle according to AASHTO templates. And that was a comment that came from the Independent Highway District Engineer. And appropriate space water lines and sewer lines. We worked very closely with staff to adjust our plans to ensure that they met spacing requirements and our stormwater lines. And this is a screenshot of an exhibit in our draft CC&Rs, Code Covenants and Restrictions for the HOA, showing what is maintained by the HOA. And that includes storm lines and stormwater facilities. This is our revised development schedule. Again, we're looking to get started fairly soon, and that's our final plat. It took a lot of design to get to the actual final plat where we know where lots are and how it's all going to work together. And we've even started doing some more detail work. This is an example. This is one of the first buildings we'd like to do after we finish the site work. It looks like one building, but it's actually 4 different units separated by lot lines, individually owned, which provides a more affordable option and is highly efficient as well. You notice that we're really trying to continue that, South Sandpoint or that traditional development pattern that you see around older parts of town, with front porches, which provides eyes on the street and also improves safety, which we think is important close to a school. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Qualls. Council members, do you have any questions for the applicant at this time?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
Hey, yeah, thanks. Could you go back a couple slides to what was going to be maintained by the HOA?
Yes.
So Road C is not, or it is?
Yes, I think it's just not showing on the screen, but Road C is the road. I'll just clarify, all roads except for the public River Rock Road will be maintained by the HOA.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council questions for the applicant at this time?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Tate.
I'm curious about the reduction of the right of way and where those are going to be applied and what's the rationale?
The rationale is it continues the existing pattern of Maplewood Village to the east, and which was also a PUD and had a reduction of right-of-way width down to 50. We're going a little bit wider than that right-of-way width that you see on River Rock East, and the reason for that is to provide adequate planter strips, which will be a little bit wider so that trees remain healthy. I think we're going to 4.5, 5 feet there with the 5-foot sidewalks. So if that answers the question. Oh, I did mean to mention parking because I know that question came up. So yeah, we're exceeding the off-street minimum requirements by 4 spaces. And then we estimate, I think Eric estimated in his staff report that the improvements and extension of River Rock, improvements to Madison and really Village Road would provide an additional close to 50 on-street parking spaces for anybody to use. No kiosk planned.
Right, council, any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Qualls.
Thank you.
We'll now proceed with the public hearing. If you're new to the meeting, I think everyone was here before, but we do have the public decorum rules in effect. Please don't be derogatory. No calling out, holding up signs, clapping, cheering, etc. This is a public hearing where we'll proceed with those in favor, those who are neutral, and those who are opposed. As was mentioned before, we do need people to be physically present for this hearing since it's a quasi-judicial hearing. No one's requested accommodation ahead of time on Zoom. So if you're on Zoom, you will not be testifying on this. And then finally, sharing of time, we will allow the sharing of time. As I stated before, if you are receiving time, please identify the person in the room has given you time. You're only allowed to receive one donation of time for a total of 6 minutes. And with that, we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, has anyone testified or signed up to testify in support of the project?
No, I have nobody yet signed up for support.
Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to testify who's neutral to the project?
Yes, I've got Kurt Hagan.
Good evening, Mr. Hagan.
Good evening. My name is Kurt Hagan. I'm a resident of Sandpoint. I have a couple of questions. One of the things that they talked about that seems to concern me a bit is that the common area on the development is more off of South Madison, and the South Madison townhomes are very close to the Madison at this way. And if we could get in and move the common area, which is just up the next partial block to Madison, that way we would alleviate the 25 feet that's missing on the setbacks. And that kind of concerns me a bunch. And also some additional traffic platforms installed off of Autumn and also out of River Rock Road. And another question that I've never heard addressed is when you extend River Rock Road to Ridley Village Road, which is going out to Highway 2, if that extension is there connected then, and we're in Maplewood Village, are we going to be then liable possibly for the width of Highway 2 that's been holding up the other project on the west side of Ridley Village Road? In other words, if the width of the highway, I've heard, is possibly $1 million bill to where Ridley goes into the highway. Now we've got our River Rock Road attached to it through the new development. Are we going to be, if it comes to that, also responsible for that highway adjustment? That bothers me also a bit. And it'd be great that we did have one planning and zoning recommend that the common area be resituated to Madison. And then when it got down to it, it looks to me like the recommendation of the council here. They didn't mention the common area being moved to Madison. I would really like to see that taking care of the 12 feet that's disappeared partially for the setback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan.
Next, we have Phil Damas.
This is neutral. All right, Mr. Damas.
My name is Phil Damas. I'm a resident of Sandpoint, and it's basically I'm going to reiterate what Kurt had said. The outstanding issue has to do with the lack of a buffer between these multifamily homes and then the single family Maplewood homes. That issue was addressed when planning and zoning recommended that the common area be moved to Madison. Then in the deliberations of the council, I think there were 3 council members who actually voted on it, plus maybe the mayor. That was overturned. That recommendation went back to the central area, and then it went back to planning and zoning. And basically they said, well, the city council knows what they're doing, so we accept their results. So I'm a little disappointed in that process. I don't think, I think the issue of an appropriate buffer between multifamily and single family homes wasn't fully addressed and should be fully addressed. The movement of the open space was there, many objections were made by the developers, and I assume you got my letter that I wrote today, looking at all their objections. I can see why the developers certainly would want it in the central area. That might be ideal, but there's also 2 parties in this negotiation, and the Maplewood residents, I think, have made the bigger sacrifices. One, with that road going through, which is going to create traffic, which is going to create a noise situation that none of you would probably want to live with. And then this lack of a buffer between the multifamily and the single family homes, which could have been addressed by that movement of the common area. Yes, it might not be as advantageous, but to tell you the truth, none of those people have bought the homes yet. So the way it's designed is what they're going to see, and they'll buy into that. So if the resolution wasn't moving the open space, then I would suggest coming up with some other ways to address that inclusion of some buffer between those 2 zones. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damas.
Also neutral is Donna Griffin.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Donna Griffin. I'm the Executive Director for Spot Bus. Aaron's been great in including us in some of these conversations. Just a couple of things to point out. We appreciate them. We're always looking to improve safety and access, and those really great corridors that don't cause us to back up. Where our stop is located right now, we actually pull into a church parking lot, either have to back out onto Ridley Village Road or have to do a turnaround and cut that road. It's really narrow in there. So we're looking at those access issues always. And then basically in the winter, anytime it's really dark out there in the late winter, icy, all kinds of things. So we appreciate being involved in some of the process to the extent that we can take part in that. As the development increases out there too, we look at our increased ridership as well. We already have an existing ridership there that goes to Pondray, goes to downtown, and they go to work, they go to play, participate in all those kinds of things. So with that increased access, we get, if I remember right, I should have brought that number, 1,000 rides out of that stop a year. So it's pretty significant. It's a pretty significant stop in there. So we appreciate the opportunity to participate, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Donna.
That's all that we have for neutral.
All right, and let's move on to the opposed.
We've got Eileen Chernenko.
Eileen Chernenko. I live at 1522 Autumn Lane. That was the picture of the house by the school parking lot. And I really appreciate some of the previous conversation I heard about the need for setbacks and guarding safe access. And I'm just a little taken back that when we bought our house last year, closing in April 28th, that open space in this project was on Madison. There was a setback. And somewhere then the Planning Commission supported that. Your staff had built upon that concept, and then it disappeared. And that makes no sense to me. And even in the presentation by the developer, I know they're quite sincere. I did not see any picture of what it was going to look like in Madison. And so within the PUD, you can change setbacks. You could set your own rules. But when that PUD backs into another community, my experience with cities, and I have a pretty good background because I was the Edison rep and I worked with around 15 communities before. All of the people back here worked with developers, but their first concern was to the existing residents. And the lack of setback, I think, is really damaging to our neighborhood. Right on that street where they talked about safety are our mailboxes, and many people are even using walkers to get to that mailbox. And so hence, I really am concerned about any extra parking on that street, any extra traffic. And the other thing that stands out to me about this project, and our first speaker referred to the project that stalled out because of the lack of interface Ridley has with Highway 2. And now you have a second developer that you aren't working with both of them to maybe solve the Ridley access. And instead, you're taking the option of shoving them through a retirement little community does not make sense. So I really urge you to stall this, to take a second look. I think that the existing residents deserve more attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eileen.
Next, we have Leilani Williams.
They answered my question.
Okay. There's no further.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant wish to rebut any of the public testimony? Can you state your name for the record again?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Aaron Qualls, SCG Alliance. Just wanted to provide a couple of clarifying statements. The movement of the park back to the internal was a condition provided by council, which we try to meet as best we can. I think it's worth pointing out, this is worth clarifying too, that this is not a multifamily project. These are single-family attached homes. While the zoning allows or is a multifamily zone, without a PUD, through a much easier process, triple the density could be built on this parcel. And the setbacks would be, if you have front porches, down to 10 feet. Setbacks, smaller setbacks can help improve safety by encouraging people to slow down because there's more in their peripheral vision. So it can make for slower moving traffic, which improves safety. And having front porches oriented to the street with alley loaded garages can also improve safety by providing eyes on the street, which we thought was important, especially adjacent to a school. There, of course, was a traffic impact study done, a very robust one. Oh, and I thought it also worth mentioning that based on the city council's, or based on the city's impact fee calculator on the website, we put in the different square footages for the site and estimated that this project at full build out would contribute about over $500,000 to capital projects, including towards that Ontario intersection. and of course, the parks and police and fire. And we're even putting in a central park in our development. And above and beyond that, we have no issue with the staff proposed condition of a cost share or extraordinary impact cost of $56,000 or $59,000, I believe it is, for improving the intersection of Ridley Village Road and Highway 2. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant before we close the public hearing related to clarification?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Torres and applicant, just a clarifying question.
I guess for the question.
Information, just clarifying.
Oh, clarifying.
Yeah, anything you need to clarify from the applicant?
Will the residents have to pay for the highway restructure?
Yeah, that's you. Yeah.
I guess.
The residents of our development?
Because he was stating that it's going to go out to Highway 2 there, and that's going to have to be impacted and or redone. Is that something that's going to land on the residents?
Kirk will be paying for that as he builds out the homes. That's so impact, well, unless he sells off some of the lots, unless we're able to, get final approval for the lots beforehand, then it would fall on the resident whoever pulls the permit, right? So impact fees are assessed at time a building permit is pulled.
Mr. Mayor,
Clarifying question for the
tell me if
applicant?
it's not clarifying when I ask, please.
Okay.
Impact fees wouldn't change if that common area moved, right? I mean, the impact fees are the same. If you were to,
Impact fees change based on,
the square footage.
yeah.
Right, so that
That's
would,
decided by the council and through a study, which you've recently done.
so it would not change if you moved that.
It's number of units. Impact fees are generated by number of units.
Right, okay.
So-
I'm just wanting to clarify because that was mentioned. Do you have a picture of Madison where their mailboxes are?
There's a Google Street View. I could bring my system up or.
Can't use it because it's not.
Yeah, it's okay. The mailboxes are on the other side of Madison from our development. So if you look at,
We're on the east side, the development's on the west side.
thank you.
Okay, well, they said they had to cross to get to their mailboxes, I thought.
Might have to cross Autumn Lane or Rocky Road, depending on which side of the street they live on, but they don't have to.
Okay, so it doesn't have anything to do with your development.
Not the mailboxes at Maplewood Village. We will be putting on mailboxes and we've already, those are actually included in some of our design plans for the residents of Ridley Village Court, future residents. But they're not, there's no street crossing, maybe an alley crossing.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I have one, Mr. Qualls. I know it's a market-related determinant. Do you have a ballpark? I know things hit the market and what they sell for. What these, what I call ladder homes, where people can get into home ownership, what they may hit the market at?
I can ask Kirk that, but yeah, starter homes. And actually, you can think of this subdivision maybe pioneering based on recently passed law, House Bill 1332, which now requires smaller lots for the purpose. Kirk, do you want to answer that or do you?
I won't hold you to it. It's a unique product in our community. We don't have any attached single family.
First of all, I'd like to address Joshua's question. If I can, just clarify that we will not be passing on the cost share for the traffic. We will not be doing that to the owners. And so I can tell you that. That's in our budget. And if it was quite a bit more than that, we wouldn't even be talking here tonight. We wouldn't be here tonight. So, either the budget works or it doesn't. You got to make these projects. You got to stick to a budget or else it won't work. And so as far as the price ranges, Generally, they'll be in the $500s to $600,000 range, depending on, the exact floor plan. There'll be, 5 and 6 different floor plans. And then again, the owners will own the lots. These will be, fee simple ownership. These are not condos. They're going to be individual single family homes that'll be sold. And just to reiterate what Aaron was saying, this isn't a multifamily project. This is attached single family homes. So I had to get my own mind around that too. I think of them as kind of townhomes, but they're attached single family homes.
Thank you. Thank you
yeah.
very much,
Okay.
Mr. Rickert, Mr. Qualls. All right. With no other clarifying questions, I will close the public
I
hearing.
got one more quick question I just wanted to address. With regards to the cyclists in Maplewood neighborhood, what are we, like, I guess there's concerns in the neighborhood that the cyclists aren't safe. What are we doing to address that? I'm sorry, I wasn't here for the 2024 and all conditions meeting, so.
And Councilman Torres, with all respect, I think staff can talk about off-site street standards. I don't know that they're doing anything in Maplewood. That's a separate piece of property, but I would refer to, they are not doing anything off-site on Maplewood in this.
Thank you.
And staff can clarify our policies as it relates to cyclist safety. Thanks. I'm going to close the public hearing. Council members, now you can ask questions of staff and deliberate. I just want to circle back and just lay out where we're at in terms of where this process has been. So the applicants come in for preliminary concept of this PUD. I went to Planning Commission, came to council. We added a bunch of conditions. There have been significant hours invested in the design based on those conditions we applied. They've now brought that back for final approval of the layout, the PUD, and the underlying plat that is consistent with that. So I'm getting a look.
No, the only thing I would add is I think you should have 2 votes, one on the PUD first and second on the preliminary plat.
Excellent, excellent. So with that, council, any questions for staff, or would you like to feel free to begin your deliberations?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
I was one of those 3 that approved the preliminary, and I do remember the developer offering that design where the open space was abutting Madison, and my recollection was that it was the residents of Maplewood that requested that we move it back to the center. And I actually went back and rewatched that meeting, and one of the residents stood up and called it an attractive nuisance. So we actually changed the design at the request of the residents at the preliminary stage. Is that your recollection as well, Bill?
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I guess I'm struggling to understand. We changed it because the residents asked us to, and now we're hearing that they want to change it back. I don't know if that's even possible at this stage.
Councilor Schreiber, I would, of course, defer to legal, but in my expertise as land use planner, doing lots of these in lots of communities, once you've instructed a applicant and blessed their preliminary design and they go forward and design to it, you're basically saying, if you meet these conditions, that's what we're requiring. So I think, the horse left the barn over a year ago when that was approved, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it would have been my preference to have it abutting Madison, but the people who spoke at the public hearing changed my mind, to be perfectly honest.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Want to comment that I was going to ask why it was changed? Because I wasn't on the council. I mean, I was, but they told me to sit down.
Again, this was quite a while ago, but my recollection was that people didn't want drawing all of I don't remember how many units, but hundreds of people out of that neighborhood into Maplewood and potentially into the pond and beautiful areas that Maplewood has built. So they requested that they be more separate. And they didn't want kids coming from the school and ending up in that open space. That's my recollection.
And you did watch that video?
I did. I went back today and watched that video, and that's what I saw.
Because that's what I would have.
Yeah, and I probably won't get to vote, but I think that central location is going to make it feel more community oriented for the homes here. Like Maplewood has their open space. This will be sort of the open space for this area. And, you know, we don't have a housing product like this. We have a few in town, but, you know, to use the land more efficiently like we have and we're directed in our comp plan, this is exactly the type of development that's contemplated when we talk about using land more efficiently. I know it's change, and change is always difficult, but I think I'm feeling like we're lucky to have a skilled developer who's done this in other places and can take the risk to pull something like this off.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Wow,
Councilwoman.
that was really jinx.
Ladies first, Councilwoman Earl.
So I guess I would just, on the open space, there's always going to be a pro and a con. I think you can argue either way, and maybe half the neighbors in Maplewood wanted it one way and half of them wanted it the other way. I would like to show compassion to all the residents of Maplewood. When you move into a place, you're like, this is amazing. I always want it to stay this way. I don't think any of us, myself included, take the time to realize I just moved next door to a zoning area that is zoned multifamily. And so I think you should really sort of process the fact that this development could have had triple the amount of people that are going to be in there. And I would say that my compassion comes from, you know, just because you move somewhere doesn't mean things aren't going to change. I've been in Sandpoint for 22 years and I've watched it grow and change a lot. I've watched my neighbor's house, who was probably had one of the nicest landscaping in the area where I live. I faced his side yard. I never had to look at another house, although I live in a tiny little subdivision just like you. And then just these past 2 years, I watched the new owner come in with a massive excavator and tear out all of that landscaping. And then I looked at weeds that were 4 feet high for a summer. And now he's finally planted some grass and now he's selling the house. So I get it, you know, I understand, but things are going to change. They're not always going to be the way we want them. So I just tell myself, well, at least there's grass now and I'm not looking at those weeds, because that's what I look at out my window. So I don't know if that makes anybody feel better or worse or hate me more. The decisions up here aren't always easy, but when somebody follows the regulations, that's what our code is about. It's not always necessarily about the little things that are emotional and get inside our heart. So.
Any other council deliberation? You all have the staff report with robust findings in table 4 and 5 for both the PUD approval and then the preliminary plat approval. Any other deliberation at this time?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'd just like
Councilor
to echo a little bit what Council Schreiber and Councilor Rule talked about. I wish I would have double checked and not having a mechanic live across from my house, but here we are. I thought it was interesting, going back to the meeting as well. I can appreciate the developer working very hard to meet the requirements and making, you know, nicer little homes. I remember the meeting we had last year, realizing that they could build triple the amount and even higher. So I can appreciate them trying to keep somewhat of a smaller community and maybe more personable. And so I appreciate that. But I think to echo Councilwoman Rule, that Sandpoint does change and it is difficult at times, but I do sympathize with those who are opposed, but at the same time, this developer has worked very hard to meet the necessary needs from council and planning and zoning to match our code.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Duquette.
my comment would be the same as others for compassion for Maplewood, for sure. You have made the bigger sacrifice, I think. Yeah, this PUD is nice. It's going to be a very nice development. I wish that you had not changed the common area, because that would have helped. Is there another way we could make a buffer? Like, you can't,
Well,
there's no space for
Councilwoman
trees.
Duquette, you have to keep in mind right now, the applicant has taken our preliminary
Okay,
approval
wasn't
and
clear then, I
spent
guess.
lots of money designing to our requirements and time.
It's a done deal is what you're saying.
Well, unless you find that what's before you is not consistent with what we preliminarily approved,
I would say one thing about the comp plan and the one section about, I wrote it down, existing neighborhoods are protected and enhanced. And I know that's hard with growth, but that is one also goal 3 in our comp plan, that we protect and enhance our existing neighborhoods when new development happens. And I get it. I'm the same. I got a big area that's going to be developed eventually by me too. But anyway,
you know,
just saying.
so council members, if you feel so ready, one could make a motion to either approve the PUD final development plan with the 9 conditions of approval, finding that it is compliant per table 4 and 5, and you've reviewed the findings and concur that they've been met, or conversely, that you are going to deny it because.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I'd make a motion to approve with everything you just said.
All right, so there's a motion to approve the,
Include the table and all the conditions that we asked them to meet from the preliminary plat. It appears that they have met those conditions.
Second.
there's a motion by Rule, second by Spiro to approve the PUD final development plan with the conditions approval and finding that the all the conditions and relevant facts and standards of code have been met. Any discussion? This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Spiro?
Yes.
Counselor Torres?
Yes.
Counselor Rule?
Yes.
Counselor Duquette?
Yeah, just with sorrow, I would say you met all the conditions and findings that were requested last time. I feel
Counselor Tate?
Reluctantly, yes.
Counselor Schreiber?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you. Council members, I would also entertain a similar motion that the preliminary plat be approved based on the, that you've reviewed the findings, table 4 and 5 in the staff report, and that the preliminary plat is compliant with code.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Rule, second by Spiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Duquette?
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber?
Yes.
Counselor Spiro?
Yes.
Counselor Tate?
Yes.
Counselor Torres?
Yes.
Counselor Rule?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you. Council members, it's a little warm. We've been at this for going on 3 hours. I move to take a 5-minute recess for bathroom and water break. We'll reconvene at 8:26. Going? It's 8:29 PM and we will reconvene the meeting. The final public hearing we have tonight is amendment to City Code Title VI Parking Regulations to implement the city's parking management program. I'll now yield the floor to Community Planning and Development Director Jason Welker. And Police Chief Kuhn is here as well. So Councilman Welker.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Before I introduce the proposed amendment to Title VI, I want to acknowledge the broader context in which this ordinance is coming before you tonight. The parking management plan is just at the beginning of its 3rd week of implementation. It has generated a level of concern, frustration, and public opposition that none of us should minimize. Council members have spent many hours responding to phone calls, emails, and in-person conversations. City staff across every department have worked directly with residents, businesses, visitors, and permit holders, many of whom have been confused or upset. I want to begin by thanking the council for the time and patience you have devoted to hearing from your constituents. I also want to thank city employees who have helped thousands of people navigate a completely new system. Front counter staff at City Hall have personally assisted more than 250 customers during the past month, often during difficult circumstances. Finance staff has addressed duplicate charges, refunds, and account questions. Street staff have installed signs while sometimes being confronted or heckled in the field. Park staff have cleaned ice cream, spray paint, and other vandalism from kiosks. Police and parking enforcement have worked through changing information and have attempted to lead with education rather than citations. Those employees did not design this program, adopt this program, or direct its implementation. They have simply done their jobs professionally and patiently while absorbing much of the public's frustration. They deserve our appreciation and respect. I also want to be direct about my own responsibility. As the project manager charged with implementing the city's adopted parking management plan, I could have done better. Before the program launched, we should have communicated more clearly that the downtown street kiosks do not require payment for the first 2 hours. The purpose of the street kiosk check-in is to make enforcement of the existing 2-hour limit more consistent and efficient, not to charge people for short-term downtown parking. We also should have made it unmistakably clear that resident permit holders do not need to check in at kiosks when parking in city-owned off-street lots, but still must check in when using the 2-hour street parking zone. This has been a source of confusion among many parkers. Other details should have been fully explained before launch. How boat launch permits work, how many permits a household may purchase, what documentation is required to establish residency, who qualifies as a resident, where visitors and non-county residents may park, and how the different permit types interact with parking and launch fees. The absence of clear, comprehensive information created unnecessary confusion. That confusion became frustration, and that frustration was amplified through social media and word of mouth. We have also experienced technical problems. For several hours on the first day of implementation, some street kiosks defaulted to an all-day paid parking option rather than offering the 2 free-hour session. One malfunctioning kiosk transaction asked a person beginning a second session to pay $100. Some kiosks initially failed to communicate with one another to recognize an existing parking session. Several kiosks lost battery power and temporarily went out of service. Those problems have been corrected, but that does not erase the experience of the people who encountered them. To someone standing at a kiosk trying to understand a new system, a temporary technical error does not feel temporary. It feels like the program does not work. There were also enforcement errors. Warnings and friendly reminders were placed on some vehicles with valid resident permits in city-owned lots, even though those permit holders were not required to check in. That should not have happened. It understandably caused confusion and frustration among the very residents the permit program was intended to benefit. I accept responsibility for these implementation shortcomings. I was responsible for coordinating this rollout, and the rollout should have been clearer, more thoughtfully tested, and better communicated. Accountability, however, also requires accuracy. It is fair to criticize the implementation. It is fair to oppose the policy. It is fair to believe that fees are too high, the system is too complicated, or that the city should take a different approach. It is not accurate to describe this program as corruption, theft, covert surveillance, or the product of a backroom arrangement. The parking management contract was competitively solicited, and the city received 5 proposals. The program was developed through a public planning process spanning over 6 months, discussed at public meetings, and adopted by City Council. The kiosks and permit system are being used to administer parking, not to secretly track the movements of residents. Nor was the program created to subsidize private development or to give parking away to developers while charging the public. The central purposes of the program have remained the same throughout this process. First, it is intended to improve turnover on the busiest downtown streets so customers can more reliably find convenient short-term parking near local businesses. 2 hours of downtown street parking remains free. Second, it is intended to improve access to city-owned parking facilities for Sandpoint and Bonner County residents. For years, spaces at City Beach and other high-demand public facilities have often been occupied for extended periods by visitors, including many from outside the area. The resident permit program is intended to give local residents practical and affordable access to those facilities. Third, the program is intended to make the funding of parking facilities more equitable. City parking lots, boat launches, streets, signs, pavement, lighting, snow removal, maintenance, and eventual reconstruction all have real costs. Under the previous system, those costs were borne primarily by Sandpoint taxpayers, regardless of who used the facilities. The principle behind the new system is that people who make the greatest use of these high-demand facilities, including visitors from outside the community, should help support their operation, maintenance, and eventual replacement. That reduces the degree to which the entire burden falls on city residents and property taxpayers alone. None of that means the program is perfect. It is not. It will require adjustment. We will need to continue correcting technical problems, improving signs and instructions, refining enforcement practices, responding to legitimate concerns, and evaluating what works and what does not. Admitting that implementation could have been better is not the same as concluding that the underlying goals are wrong. A difficult rollout does not mean that downtown turnover, resident access, and equitable funding are not valid public objectives. Change is difficult, particularly when it involves a new fee, a new permit, or a new step in a familiar routine. People who have parked in the same places for decades understandably react strongly when the system changes. We should listen carefully to those concerns. We should correct mistakes. We should simplify the program wherever possible. At the same time, public disagreement does not excuse personal attacks against city employees, vandalism of public property, or accusations of criminal conduct unsupported by evidence. Our staff and elected officials can be held accountable without being dehumanized. The community can debate this policy vigorously without assuming that everyone involved acted in bad faith. The amendments before the council tonight are narrow. They do not create the parking management program or establish its fees. They update Title VI so that the code accurately reflects the system the council has already adopted. Specifically, the amendments replace outdated references to downtown parking as, quote, non-metered, with the more accurate term, quote, regulated parking. They also remove references to 2 city parking lots as free 24-hour parking areas. These changes align the municipal code with the current parking regulations and provide a clear legal framework for enforcement. As we move from the educational period into regular enforcement, my commitment is that we will continue working to make the system clearer, more reliable, and easier to use. Enforcement should be consistent and reasonable. Technical failures should not result in citations. Valid permit holders should receive the benefits they were promised. Questions and complaints should continue to be treated respectfully. To the members of the public who have raised concerns, we have heard you. Some of your criticism is justified, particularly regarding communication and implementation. We will continue working to address those problems. To the council and the city staff who have carried the weight of this rollout, thank you. I recognize the burden this has placed on each of you, and I accept responsibility for the ways in which the implementation made that burden heavier than it needed to be. With that, Lieutenant Ernie, the police chief, and myself are happy to respond to any specific questions you may have about the proposed amendments to Title VI, which have been detailed for you in the staff report.
Thank you very much, Jason. Appreciate those words, the sincerity of them, and all the work that staff and you yourself, I know you put hundreds of hours into this. This was a decision that's been in the process, the parking program, for well over a year. It's been reported on in the papers. And as a great man who's in that photograph, probably one of the best Americans who's ever lived, Theodore Roosevelt said, no man who does nothing, a man who does nothing makes no mistakes. And I think it's acknowledged that we're all human, we're not perfect. What we try to achieve and what we are achieving here is new, just like the Russell Center was new. That was challenging. It's something we'd never done before. And you have turned that around to a almost for-profit entity. So I will say that in the last 2 weeks as mayor, I have never received so many emails of thanks and support from my constituents. And I really appreciate that for those who have reached out in support and just with their thoughts on this. So with that, the city frequently updates ordinances. It's our book of ordinances and codes is a living document. Every single council who has sat in these seats adopts and amends ordinance. The intent of that is to keep them current and valid with the laws. As we are doing tonight, it is to clarify and perfect the ordinance so that there's no ambiguity, no questions, and clarification anywhere there needs to be. The ordinance and our code is being reviewed by our legal counsel, by our police, by those on the parking management plan. And we are here to bring that into applicable alignment with what we're doing with the parking plan and the kiosk and the beach and the parking lots. And what we are doing tonight is has been suggested that there's some impropriety or illegal action. I just want to emphasize that the city does have very competent legal counsel, and we are always here to respond to any Idaho licensed attorney who would like to communicate with the city regarding any kind of disparity or concerns about our laws or ordinances. With that, council members, any questions for staff at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I just have questions for legal, please,
Go ahead.
to clear the air. I can find my notes.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Duquette.
Thank you. Does voting against this change or cancel the parking program?
No. You
Does it have any effect on the
No,
parking?
you have a validly adopted
Plan.
parking program. It just leaves your code inconsistent with the plan that you already approved.
Was the city in any way acting illegally in implementing the plan or adopting the plan previous to this amendment?
Illegally, no.
Thank you.
Any other are you done, Councilwoman Duquette?
Oh, for now.
Oh. Any other council questions before we open the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Torres.
From the conversation we had originally, there was going to be a phased process, and then it just all turned into the one day. Like, what was the reasoning behind that? Because I know that we wanted to kind of start with City Beach first and then kind of get to downtown, but then it just all kind of happened. So was there a reason behind that, or was there a phasing solution behind that?
The decision was to do a soft launch. So there's been no citations issued in relation to the parking program at this point. We've been focusing on education, friendly reminders and windows. Police have had community resource officers and summer parking staff walking the streets, helping people, educating them about the program. Giving that period of time for the community to get used to and interact with the kiosks. Ultimately, they would have to be turned on at some point. Turning them on and then giving a few weeks for people to interact with and understand how they work was determined. Also, the technical nature of installing kiosks and having them not on would have interjected quite a bit of confusion, as well as people visiting town would have, people visiting a town like Sandpoint expect to see parking kiosks in this day and age, and to have thousands of visitors during our peak summer season approach a kiosk and have it not turn on would so much confusion among visitors to Sandpoint.
So would you consider us like in phase 2 then of the process, or like phase 1 is getting the people set up with it, then like, or getting them ready, and then phase 2 would be like turning it on and charging tickets and things like that then, and then is that going to be throughout the whole city, or is that going to still be just warnings for the downtown area, and then City Beach is where we were focused on to get that money, like to get that revenue?
Lieutenant Ernie is the head of our enforcement officers in town, so maybe I'll let him respond to that.
Well, I think the answer is it's really up to the city how we want to move forward with enforcement and how we roll this out. We can continue to go out there, hand out warnings, friendly reminders to residents, or we could start enforcing the regulations that you guys have set forth. In all things, we have the authority to decide if we're going to write that ticket or not. So really, I think it's up to the city as a whole to make that determination. And our job is to go out there, do the best that we can to enforce the regulations that you're proposing.
Yeah, Councilman Torres, I can speak to that. We're still working through just making sure all the final tweaks we are learning, as was mentioned, the last 2 weeks. When you add certain amount of hours at certain times, how does this all integrate smoothly? So I believe we've gotten all the skeletons out of the gremlins out of the system, so to speak. And, at this point, we still have, I believe, some kiosks installed at the boat launch. Is that correct, Jason?
We have 4 kiosks still being programmed and will be shipped later this month. Those are slated to be installed at the 2 boat launch facilities, a 6th kiosk at City Beach Park to make it as convenient as possible for parkers there. And the final one, we're not sure exactly where it will go at this point.
Okay, so we still have a couple left to deploy, but it's my intent at this point, once we have confirmation that, and we do validate and confirm, we all go down there, myself included, touch the kiosk, enter license plates, try to validate the concerns that are objective, that we hear about. It's lagging, it's frozen. And I think we're very quickly approaching a point where we're going to turn that on and start enforcing, and I would expect that to happen any day now. We will certainly notify, post, and communicate with the public that the grace period has concluded.
And then one last question.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
An officer, so like say, because we have the opportunity to turn these off. So how would you go back to the old way of enforcing like during like shoulder season or things like that when we're not busy and people aren't coming into the community? And we do have that option, right, Jason? To turn them off.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, there's Chief Coon.
I just say that's not a fair question for
Copy,
Lieutenant Airey
yeah,
to
whoever.
ask of when we're going to enforce and when we're not going to enforce. Really, that question still comes back to the council. When do you want to enforce and when don't you want to enforce?
And my question was, if it's not being enforced, is that going to just go back to the old practice of enforcing? Like, is he just going to walk around and do the tires and things like that because we won't have the machines working at the moment, like during shoulder season, for instance?
Well, I think, and Chief, I'll jump in there, as was
Mr.
said.
Mayor, with all due respect, this is not the action item that we're discussing. We approved the parking management plan. We are discussing the change to the code. If any counselor wants to discuss these other things, they need to put it on the agenda as an action item.
Thank you for calling us to the attention at hand.
I would
Mr.
like,
Mayor.
Can you narrow your question, Councilman Torres, to the ordinance that we're specifically talking about amending here?
Yes, sir.
Any?
I'm good. We're good.
Okay.
I have more of a procedural question.
Sure, go ahead, Councilman.
So we're asking staff questions now, then public comment, and then we're coming back for deliberation.
correct. And you can ask staff more questions during deliberation.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councilman Tate.
This might not be the right procedure, but have we addressed the cash option?
Yes, we addressed that when we initially looked at the various submittals and vendors who wanted to proceed. There are a number of accounting and related issues to moving cash, securing cash,
Sure.
accounting for cash, and it was not cost effective.
Mr. Mayor, if
Go
I
ahead.
may, it is possible for a resident to participate in this parking program without ever using a card or a tap device of any sort. We've processed probably 200 cash and check payments at the counter at City Hall for resident permits. Once those resident permits are activated, there's no interaction with the kiosk in any city parking lot, including City Beach. Therefore, you will never be paying anything to park in any city park.
Mr. Mayor.
Would you
Sorry,
repeat that?
Jason. I think more of the question is, I think a lot of people understand that if you can pay cash at the city and get a resident pass, but I think the question is more for those who aren't able to get a resident pass, who do want to pay cash at a kiosk, say I want to stay longer than 2 hours. I don't have a cash option. I think that's more of the question.
I believe so, yeah.
Not
And
so
that's
much.
one of the vendors did offer that product, and we, a group of us, the team that vetted these submissions, weighed the cost of accounting daily and cash pickup and security, and it was a decision that we made collectively that, no.
I was just speaking more, like the heart of the question was more of
Yeah.
that, not so
So the
much
kiosk
pa-
cash interaction, that was an option one vendor provided, and we decided not to go with that.
So if we were to reassess that as council, that would be another agendized item in the future.
Well, we purchased the units,
Got
so
it.
you could certainly agendize anything you like that relates to the kiosk. And
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking for solutions here and listening to the public and doing.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Duquette.
And I just want to say that on March 18th, when we talked about adopting the IPS, it was shared with us that we could move forward with phasing now, have flexibility when and how we use the kiosks. We could turn them on. You said it was worth discussing. We asked for a phased rollout. This would be something we could put on the agenda and discuss, because this is the future. I know you guys talked about a year, but I think there's issues we could work on.
Undoubtedly, and we'll get right to you, Councilor Rule. I see you looking at me. I'll button this up.
Saying.
With any program we roll out, whether it's a new skateboarding regulation, a new bicycle regulation, a new parking program, I would hope that we have the sobriety to come back and say, is it working? Is it achieving its intended purposes? And yes, we will revisit this. It's in week 3. We will revisit it. We will determine whether it's appropriate during the off season. We do have the ability to turn these off in the off season. If it's having a dramatic and observable impact on retail, we can address that. We can swap it. We can do a lot of things with the program. So nothing set in cement, other than the fact that the kiosks are purchased, they're there. And despite the well-telegraphed fact that there's a grace period, many visitors are paying a fair amount of money at will to park at the beach, which is thousands and thousands of dollars that city residents don't have to pay to maintain that, and may even give us enough flexibility to address the flowers, the flower boxes, the planter boxes, and the condition of our amenities. So with that,
Mr. Mayor?
go ahead, Council
I just
President.
have one more comment. I would like to say that we base this program upon data, and I would like the counselors to realize that we need about a year of data. So trying to come back with an action immediately in 2 weeks, I think that we're going to try and make decisions upon emotions. And we know in our own personal lives and public lives that that's not the best way to make decisions. So I would encourage any counselor who wants to significantly change the program that we did approve to let us collect the data for a year and figure out where all the problems are and figure out what we need to do. That's not to say that you couldn't come back sooner and say, hey, I think we need a little bit more grace period, or there's some other tiny little tweaks that are just smaller details to do with the program, but to really change the program after all the energy that has gone into it, I think we need to base those decisions on data that we have an opportunity to look at and process and make good decisions for the residents of Sandpoint, and also make all those people who aren't residents of Sandpoint put their money in the bucket. So.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, this seems a little redundant. Like, if we're gonna have public comment, if we're gonna be able to deliberate and ask staff questions, I don't know why we're doing it now, public comment, then
Let's
again,
do
let's
it.
just go to public comment.
Let's do it.
Then we can deliberate all our questions after hearing public comment, and I think that'd be a lot smoother.
It will be. Thank you. We are gonna open the public hearing in just a moment. I will. I just want to make everyone aware the city does have a policy on public meeting decorum. Rules are posted just outside the chamber entry doors. Please, everyone, be pleasant and respectful. Please do not make derogatory statements about others, including city staff. Do not be disorderly or disruptive. No calling out, clapping, or holding up signs. Public comment time hearings for comment only. No questions or debates. When it's your turn to speak, please state your name and whether you reside in the city limits. Each speaker will have 1 minute, and there's no gifting of time. The public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to testify?
Yes. First person we have is Amelia Boyd.
Good evening, Ms. Boyd.
Good evening again. Amelia Boyd, city resident. So I'm really confused. I've sat on that dais as a planning and zoning commission, and I know how things work in procedure. And we also witnessed it tonight that preemptively you asked staff to look at the code, how to define data centers, whatnot, to bring back to you. You make that decision, boom, code is changed. That's how it's done at planning and zoning as well. So I'm really confused that right now the cart has been put before the horse, because now we have this program that's been approved, but the code does not match the program. So like in planning and zoning, if you have a code and you're a developer and you want to do something, well, if it's according to the code, you do it. You can do it. You're allowed to. You can't go around and just, do it and then change the code after the fact. Same goes with city business. So I'm confused with the year and a half that planning and zoning has been dealing with code changes to in line with the comp plan, why this wasn't over a year of discussing this program, that the code was not changed first.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boyd.
Next, Stacy Mueller.
Good evening, Ms. Miller.
Hi, how are you? Well, I am Stacy Mueller. I'm the general manager of the Cedar Street Bridge. I represent 24 businesses in there. As of July 1st, most of the retail and most of the businesses actually downtown have gone down significantly in sales, all the way up to 50 to 60% the first 3 days for sure. I just want to give that data. It's gotten better, a little better, but it's still down. One of the problems that I saw why that happened was the locals were not in favor of this, and that's been made vocal on social media. So they have chosen to stay away. However, we are in July, the highest amount of sales that you would get from visitors. So, the sales were down with the visitors too. And one of the reasons why is because it was so confusing. We didn't even know how to answer them. And we're still having issues answering them because, some of the problems that Jason shared, they were fixed.
Give you an extra minute since you represent 24 businesses. Go ahead.
Thank you. And so one of the things I want to propose to you is that we have a welcome center in the bridge right now that we have, because we answer all these questions all the time. Would the city council consider putting together a very simple instruction on how to handle the metered parking? Because that would be very helpful. Everyone is confused, and this will help us to communicate clearly. Secondly, we have a loading zone in front of the bridge, and remember, all my tenants and their employees have no parking, as well as people that visit the bridge. So parking is already a very big issue. We do have a loading zone in front of the bridge. It's 20 minutes to load. I've had several tenants that have gotten the warning, you're in metered parking. And, just as he said, that they were giving out warnings. And so I'm proposing again, if you would consider, perhaps the bridge tenants could have some sort of sticker or something, because, our bridge is 2 blocks long and you have to load all your stuff into the store. And that loading zone helps our tenants get their wares and everything in the store. And I know that the guys that are working on the meters, they don't really know that that's a bridge tenant sometimes. And if we had maybe some sort of sticker or something that identified, the meter people would understand that they are a part of the bridge too. We're not going to stay there. We want the business to come in. So we're going to comply with that.
Thank you, Stacy.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I'll just let you know, we are actually discussing how to enhance that loading zone for the bridge tenants.
Okay, thank you so much.
Next, Blake Keys.
Stacy, are you a city resident?
Hello, City Council and Mayor.
Blake,
Hey,
nice to
how's it
meet
going?
you.
Nice to meet you too. Blake Keys, I am a city resident, and I think first and foremost, this is my first city council meeting and the first time I've actually taken responsibility for participating in this. And I'm a little late to the game, and I apologize for that because I realize the pressure that it puts on everybody once a plan is so far ahead, and now you're getting all this pushback. That being said, I believe it is valuable feedback from the community to you all around how it's been received, and it sounds like that's being taken into consideration. A couple of things I suppose that I would request at this point is find a way to walk with the community into this, whether that's everybody with a 7B license plate getting a permit the first year, or considering how to, possibly the lots being like the city lots being charged and downtown parking, street parking being unregulated or unkiosked back to kind of how it was before. And I get that somewhat defeats the purpose of recycling cars and making sure that people aren't overstaying their time. But things like that, I suppose, are available to us if we would like to do this together.
Yeah. Thanks, Blake. Appreciate your time. And
Appreciate
please continue the conversation. I've appreciated communicating with you.
Taggart Giles.
Good evening, Taggart.
Didn't know our comments be set to 60 seconds. I wrote for 3 minutes, so I'm going to speed through this here. I am a resident of the city of Sandpoint, but I'm not a tourist. I don't have loads amount of money I'm not a corporate sponsor, not a developer. I'm just a citizen here. I'm here tonight because I got my first parking warning in the 10 years I've lived here. Got it yesterday. I was legally parked in a 3-hour spot that does not require a kiosk, but the warning said I needed to check into a kiosk. This is one of those things, kind of the straw that breaks the camel's back. I did some budgeting. City knows budget concerns. We all have our own budget concerns. I spent $1,500 in downtown the last 12 months. It's not much, it's not tourist money, but I'm going to choose for the next 12 months to spend that money elsewhere. Just to see, we need data. There's a piece of data there. It's unfortunate. I meet for coffee, lunches. My time's up, but that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Taggart.
Stuart Christoph.
Good evening, Stuart.
Data centers. No, I'm just kidding. I think a lot of people make lots of comments. I just want to make a note on the wait a year for data. I think this is a fair question when collecting data on revenue, usage, impact, stuff like that. We do need to wait for, to collect data. But there's a whole other class of problems that I think can be solved and should be solved right now around like privacy and user experience. And those are ones that you can go out with a collection of 20 people. I'm sure you could find 20 people willing to go and yell at you for an afternoon. And if you solve those problems around the user experience of dealing with getting your regulated parking, whether it's paid or otherwise, I think a lot of these other problems just start to go away because $20 isn't that much for a year's worth of parking.
Thanks, Stuart.
There is some city residents who do not wish to speak, but we'll go on to the, and they'll be put in the record, but we'll go on to the non-city residents.
Is it a lengthy? Yeah, I see it's lengthy.
It's 5.
No, I mean, are they short statements or are they longer statements?
They're on the kind of longer side.
Okay. Any recommendation, legal?
No.
Thank you.
Next we have Jesse Johnston.
Good evening, Jesse.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm going to try not to be emotional. My name is Jesse Johnston, and I'm the owner of Crystals and Collectives here in downtown Sandpoint. For most downtown businesses like mine, the period from June 15th through September 15th is what carries us through the rest of the year. We rely on those summer months to build enough revenue to pay employees' wages, cover rent and operating expenses, restock inventory, and support our families during the slower seasons. We don't have the luxury of making up those losses later in the year. The economy was already challenging before this paid parking began on July 1st. Since then, our personal sales have fallen by an extra 64% compared to the same period last year and 67% from the same period in the year 2024. We are only halfway through our critical summer season, and the financial impact has been absolutely devastating. I'm struggling to feed my family. Please take note that I also own Queen of Clean, in which we solely care for 67 short-term rental properties in the local area. So I'm very in tune with the tourism factor, and it is very clear that the impact is coming from our beloved locals and not the tourists. That speaks volumes in itself. I know every business is different, but I also know we are not alone. Many downtown business, sorry, I know my time, but I need to get
Just
through this.
wrap
I'm
it up,
speaking for
Jesse.
many too. Many downtown business owners are struggling to make rent, pay their employees, and simply keep their doors open. Take, for example, Wilburn Custom Shop Music and More, located on the corner of 2nd and Church. They are down 75% in sales since this has been implemented. Contrary to what Mayor Grimm is said to have stated at a recent dinner, where he stated that the feedback has nothing to do, or has been nothing but great from the locals, I have been watching social media being flooded daily with posts from local residents saying they're refusing to come down.
Jesse, I gave you an extra minute. Can you wrap it up?
Well, you know what? Okay, so I will.
I'll have to cut you off if you can.
Well, it's like there can't be favoritisms by the council either. There can't be. Okay, so I'm representing a lot of downtown business owners as well that couldn't be
Jesse, I
here.
gave you an extra minute. Go ahead.
Some, especially older residents. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Some don't want to pay for parking. Others are concerned about the tracking involved. Some, especially older residents, aren't comfortable with the technology. Whatever their reasons may be, the result is the same. They are choosing to stay away. Whether
Okay,
you
Jesse,
agree with their reasoning or not, their behavior and choices are affecting
you
every
please-
one of us.
Can you please?
I ask you to stop dismissing what business owners have been telling you for months leading up to this.
Jesse, please.
Please stop assuming that these concerns are isolated or temporary.
Jesse, I'm going to ask you one more time to stop your.
We are living
Step-
this every single day. These aren't just numbers.
Council,
on a
we're gonna
spreadsheet.
suspend the meeting.
Stand up for businesses.
Meeting's reconvened at 9:07.
Leilani William.
Good evening, Leilani.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councils. Thank you guys for having us here tonight. I'm not going to go into a long bit. It has been a hard impact on our community. I do see some positive with it as well, but I do want to say that what Joshua was saying was that we thought that we were going to launch this project by going with City Beach and the city parking lot, and that we weren't going to have anything downtown. So it was kind of confusing and kind of frustrating. I think that's where the rest of the businesses were like, whoa, wait a minute. Why are the kiosks coming downtown? So that I would love to get an amendment put forth with you guys to have more conversation about that and to have more conversation with, how are we going to take it off during the softer seasons? How are we going to help the community that doesn't necessarily want to come down because it's there? So our locals are really important. And I do represent 41 of our businesses downtown. So I appreciate all that you guys have done for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Leilani.
Yvonne Arnold.
Good evening, Yvonne.
Hello. This has to do with data. My name's Yvonne Arnold and I live in Sagal. However, I'm a business owner and multiple property owner within the city limits. My comments tonight are about transparency, privacy, accessibility, and public trust. First, I'd like to be on record that I never received any information in the last 12 months that I can recall regarding the new parking requirements. We own a building at 518 North 4th, and that is where my office is. Next, as someone who chose to leave California and make Idaho my home, one of the reasons I came here 23 years ago was because I value limited government, personal responsibility, and individual privacy. That perspective causes me to look carefully anytime government begins collecting more information from its citizens. Before expanding Title VI, I believe the public deserves clear answers about the new system. What information is actually being collected? Who owns that information, the city or the vendor? How long is it retained? Who has access to it? Can it be shared with another government agencies and third parties when legally requested? What contractual protections exist to prevent the data from being used for purposes beyond parking management? Basically, what are the terms of service this body has obligated the city to? My concern is not only how the system operates today, but how the information could be used years from now as laws and government policies evolve. Privacy protection should be built into the system. I also want to address the human side of this program. Sandpoint has a significant senior population. Many residents are in their 70s, 80s, and beyond. So are the visitors. While many are comfortable with technology, many are not. Requiring someone to locate a kiosk, read instructions on a touchscreen, enter a license plate, navigate a digital process creates a barrier that simply didn't exist before.
You, Yvonne.
So I have more and I'll write it down and submit it to the clerk.
Thank you. And just for clarification, we do not require people to use kiosks. There's almost 1,000 non-kiosk parking spaces downtown. Next.
Rosenberg.
Catherine, going once, going twice. Catherine in the back hall by chance? Okay, there's a couple folks back there. Okay, next.
The Mintz family.
Mintz family available.
Yeah, we had a couple sign up that we didn't know if they want to
Okay.
speak or not.
Moving on.
Eric Gregg.
Good evening, Eric.
Good evening, Mayor Grimm, councilors. My name is Eric Gregg. I'm a county resident, and I've been looking into the parking system from a lot of different aspects, mainly the app and some with the kiosks as well. And I found some somewhat troubling things in the privacy aspect of the app, certain information it collects and that it automatically sends.
Can I interrupt for a second? Are you the guy who built like your own API?
Yes, I have my own app.
Gotcha.
So I wasn't going to talk about that, but yes. So I've been researching their API, how they do the charging for parking. I built my own app that does that. It also makes it so you don't have to submit any your location or anything into their systems. But my point is that it is troubling that there's not a lot of transparency that I've found on exactly what the contract with IPS says, on what information they collect, and especially in retention and access. When you look at the privacy policy, it specifically says that they can share it with third parties. I've also heard that the city has full control over the data, and that seems to be a conflicting matter. And I'd really like to see us have a report on exactly what's collected, stored, accessed, and retained.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Eric. Thanks for serving our nation.
Dean Cannon.
Good evening, Dean.
Good evening there. I've been up here a couple of times and haven't had much problem with, I think you guys do a pretty good job and voted for a couple of you. There's a lot of passion out there and there's a lot of people talking about change. It's like not all change is progress. Some change is change for the sake of change. Data is good. Data is not wisdom. I believe, I might be wrong, but I think this process might circumvent, that might have been a referendum. And if that is a possibility, I would recommend a referendum to the people. Someone said earlier about walking with the people. And I really think a referendum for the city would basically do a lot to quell a lot of the confusion and the passion out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean.
I think it's Abenadi Smith.
Mr. Smith, how are you?
City Council, hello. My name is Benedict Smith. I'm a county resident. I just wanted to use some of your guys' numbers to kind of bring this, to the forefront. A lot of people spoke on it. You guys' survey showed that 85% of the people parking downtown were assumed local residents in the area most of the time. 15% would be considered travelers. As a business operator downtown, that means that the parking meters are going to affect 85% of my potential income, which, as other people have stressed and shown and spoke online, they've noticed a drop and a decrease, myself included. It is something to keep in mind that with rolling this thing out and walking with the members of the city, you got to help draw that customer base in and help them buy into this and see some sort of financial benefit. You guys are charged with being good stewards of this office and this city, and you guys have made a lot of good moves. And some, we've made some mistakes where we've rolled things out improperly. How can we recover from that? Bring back that business, because 85% of our business downtown, I've seen, is locals. We got to get the locals back in. And if that means figuring out a way to softly phase roll it out, make it easier to understand, so the juice is worth the squeeze. Right now, the juice does not appear to be worth the squeeze. July is supposed to really help us get through February. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
We have a handful of non-city residents do not wish to speak, but we will put them into the record.
Okay.
On Zoom, we don't have anybody.
All right, we will close the public hearing. All right, we'll now move on to the action item on the agenda for deliberation and discussion. The council members want to deliberate.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Council.
Couple things, might be speaking and then letting others speak and come back. But a common thing I do see is to speak on privacy. And that is something that I personally haven't been able to dive deep into, but I feel like that is an important aspect as well. And I don't know if maybe the other counselors have more info on that, but I feel like that is an area I am personally just lacking. I haven't been able to dig into everything. All the conversations I have, they go different ways. But I don't have much data or information on privacy. How difficult would that be, or whether it's our IT or the city, to make it very clear? And I mean very clear because as you can tell, we have some pretty smart data or IT people in here that maybe our own IT figure out answer the questions that are being asked in that regards. Would that be difficult to do for us as a city?
Well, here's what we can do, Councilman. One, we have our own internal, regulated by state code, data retention and data usage standards. We can share that. We can share that with the public. It's all available.
Correct.
Spreadsheet of
Yeah, I
every
guess,
piece of data we have.
I guess, what is the third party? What do they
Yeah,
retain?
IPS, or IPS, ISP, no, IPS. Their policies and data, they provided those on their website. If we need to go further, please let me know what else you want, and we will get that in terms of first party data, whatever it may be. And then,
Just a suggestion.
yes.
Why don't you take the video from tonight with the series of questions presented by the public and put together a fact sheet and make it public?
Yeah.
The citations of where all the information is located.
Perfect. So yeah, we can put together some clarity on that, Councilman Spiro.
And then also, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Torres.
Cheryl, what was the name of the law specific to the license plates? Or can somebody explain to me the federal law, I guess, for tracking license plates?
The law that Cheryl presented to us earlier is in relationship to DMVs, not cities.
Got it. Okay.
Any other council deliberation at this time?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, so when the idea of charging tourists to use City Beach was first floated, I thought it was a good idea. City Beach is a high-use facility that requires significant operations and maintenance spending, and frankly, parts of it are well overdue for a complete overhaul. So I don't think it's unreasonable to ask the people that are using that facility to pitch in a couple of dollars towards those costs. And I still support that concept. But like everything in life, the devil's in the details. And I've raised red flags at every step in this process, and pretty much none of those concerns were ever addressed. So I'm going to make a motion to table this item and direct staff to immediately disable all of the kiosks except the ones at City Beach. And by the end of this calendar year, develop a way to accept cash payment, as well as an in-house permitting program that provides free permits for city taxpayers, similar to the county dump stickers. And I'd like to staff to prepare a report on privacy concerns with the IPS platform.
Mr. Mayor, is that
You don't have an action item agendized with relation plan. You only have an action agendized with relationship to the code. You absolutely can table any decision on the code if you would like, but you need to bring back the resolution where you adopted the parking management plan to make those other adjustments.
Thank you for that clarification, legal.
I'll amend my motion to table this item and direct staff to bring back only the code amendments that are necessary for charging for parking at City Beach.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
if I may. Councilor Schreiber, would you be agreeable to also include what's going on with the city lot? Given that it is an opportunity for business employees to park there unlimited and be able to have a parking opportunity to go to their businesses that they work in. Being across the street from that, I see that quite often in talking to other business employees. That actually been kind of nice to almost guarantee a parking spot close to their business and not having to do the shuffle, say that we go back to an old school way. Would you be agreeable, not just the City Beach, but also keeping the lot as is, where if a tourist wants to pay per hour, they're more than welcome to, but a city employee who has a $20 pass or $35 pass, they're able to park there all day?
But none of the street parking?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm amenable to that.
Would you like
You're
to
willing to amend your motion?
amend your motion to just City Beach and the city parking lot?
Lots. I would say
City
lots.
parking lots?
So I'm confused.
There's no need for an amendment. There wasn't a second.
Oh,
you know.
thank you.
Nice.
Oh, you did? I apologize.
Oh, you did.
And,
I didn't
and
catch
we're
that.
still talking about the ordinance because this sounds like parking program. to-
No, he's talking about the ordinance.
And you
Okay.
asked us to
Specifically to leave out,
table it and bring it back to only affect City Beach and city parking lots.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, that, you know, we heard a comment, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. And Councilman Rule is right. A lot of things are data driven. And I've always appreciated that, especially with Councilor Williamson. When she was here, that was one of her biggest pushes to get data driven. But one thing that I always struggled with that is taking into emotions into the factor. And it was talked about here with emotions, emotional data, if you will. Still data, I guess. So I have my own personal data. Like I've had no problem. I've been outspoken about some sort of parking management plan, and I've supported it. In particular with the city beach and the city lot. But, you know, after watching a less than pleasant launch, and thank you so much, Jason, for those words. That is absolutely a wonderful thing to do. Whether people believe it or not, in sincerity, I do. And I appreciate that. I've been personally affected by this. My family and kids have been personally affected by this. They'd love to be with dad, but I'm doing my due diligence to talk to the people as much as I can. So after watching a less than pleasant launch and countless discussion with business owners and citizens, I've come to the conclusion that meters in the 2-hour zone should be removed from the parking management plan. I still think it should be enforced somehow. I don't think it'd be fair for allowing unlimited parking in front of businesses downtown. There still needs to be some enforcement, as imperfect as it might be. But I think lots being as they are would be better for the locals, and it's a good baseline to start. And I'm going to stick to my second. And I would encourage any other counselor to consider that I don't take this decision lightly. It's been pretty overwhelming for me. But I have to look in the mirror and be honest with myself and the citizens and be willing to admit where I could be wrong. And that's what I'm doing.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Councilwoman Rule. So there's a motion on the table just for.
Like, we can discuss it,
Correct.
right?
Yeah. And you understand what that is?
That's how we do it.
Yes.
So I would like to point out to the counselors that there's been a significant amount of money we've already spent on these kiosks. And part of the reason we spent that is because we could recover that financials. So we are in charge of the taxpayers' money. My suggestion would be that we pass the ordinance, but we can also instruct staff to not enforce and continue to educate individuals to, as somebody said, walk along with them. But once we stop and we rip things out of the ground, we've cost the taxpayers a lot of money. So I think the opportunity to educate and move forward and see where we end up is here. So I'm a little concerned, to be honest, about the money we spent and making a rash decision. If we update the code, we have options to proceed. And we can bring back rehashing of other pieces after that. This code update doesn't mean we enforce it, I guess is what I'm saying at this time. It just gives us the opportunity to enforce it while we're figuring additional ways out to see, because the intent, the parking for 2 hours is still free, but I don't think that's communicated well. And we've failed at that. I will take personal responsibility along with staff that we didn't do a good job at that. I went down today, I touched one of the kiosks, and the first 2 screens that flash at you don't tell you parking's free until you enter your license plate number. Nowhere on there does it say 2 hours free. So I think there's still a bug in the system, because as soon as you swipe that screen, it should say 2 hours are free. Please check in to get it.
I mean, the one I did does, but.
I touched 2 screens and they didn't say that. So
Mr. Mayor, is this time?
I don't want to hash it. It's not a deliberation, but
No, I'm wondering if I can like talk back or not.
well, you can never talk back. You teach your
let's-
children not to.
Let's give each council member the opportunity to
Yes, sir.
speak.
Very sorry.
Right. So all I'm saying is that I don't want anybody to make emotional decisions. I know there were a lot of people in here with emotions, but we can still make decisions if we bring this back as an action item to discuss the finer details of what the program needs to do or doesn't need to do. But I would hate to see us throw it all in the circular bin when we've spent a lot of money already. And we still have 2 hours of free parking that never changed. It's just an interface with these evil kiosks, so to speak, that some people have mentioned that seems to be the problem. And I think education is the solution.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Councilwoman Duquette, you
if I may, yeah, all along, I've been against all of this. I voted against the IPS. I have asked for free parking for city residents. To now hear you wanting to do that is kind of a blow. I've asked for education. I've asked for slow phase out. I do appreciate if the council members are changing their thoughts. I understand we already bought these. One thing that I'm having a real hard time wrapping my head around is community residents who care about our town are willing to boycott our local businesses to hurt them like is happening because of this. That doesn't to me show you truly care about our community. Yeah, this was a blowout. Jason has accepted responsibility for a lot of it, and your thoughts were almost brought tears to my eyes. That was very genuine, and thank you for taking the brunt of that. But please don't hurt our businesses by boycotting them because of the kiosks and the mess that is created around it. Our businesses need you, I'm sorry. That's all I read is we're going to boycott. We're going to boycott the businesses. We're boycotting the businesses. If that's what's taking your income away, I'm sorry, that shouldn't be happening if you truly care about our community. Go to the businesses. If you have to walk a little bit, you've got 3 and 4 hour parking all over town that there isn't even a kiosk there. I'm fortunate enough I get to ride my bike and walk into town because I'm capable physically and I live close enough. I wasn't buying a permit. I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of frustrated with this whole thing right now. But if your amendment is to just have the city staff work on the change as it affects City Beach and the parking lot, I could be with it also at this time.
I do
Again.
think we need a point of clarification on the motion because I think
Correct.
parking management plan would need to come back as well.
It would
the code
secondarily,
amendment.
but the code amendment would just be for the beach and the city parking lots, leaving the other areas, I guess, unresolved until we bring back the parking management plan. Other council discussion, deliberation.
Mr. Mayor, unless Chief Kuhn wanted to chime in?
I just want some clarification. So I heard an S on the end of city lots. So I was outside discussing some of the parking. So which exact city lots? Because we have more than 2.
The ones with the current kiosk, I assume. So that would be the Lakeside lot, the City Beach lot, the downtown lot, and the Bay Trail lot are the ones that are scheduled.
The only thing in.
And the Jeff Jones,
The only thing in scope of change would be on-street parking in the 2 hour zone.
Perfect.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilker.
We're meddling the ordinance and the policy again.
Hard to separate.
First of all, just for clarification, our current ordinance makes 0 mention of waterfront parking lots. City Beach is not regulated under this ordinance whatsoever at present. So if council decided that the policy they want to do is to disable or remove street parking kiosks, you can amend the ordinance as presented tonight and still come back in 2 weeks and direct staff to disable and remove the parking kiosks. The only amendment, the only change, actually, we'd probably bring the ordinance back exactly as it's presented tonight in 2 weeks because it doesn't need to, it can change as proposed and you can still make the policy change. The only thing that's necessary to do what you're describing that's already in the amended ordinance tonight is removing the designation of the Bridge Street lot and the city lot at 3rd and Church Street as 24-hour free lots. So those are in the amendment tonight. So we can enact the policy changes you're discussing and do the amendment tonight. And you absolutely have the right to do that. I guess it's 3 weeks from now when our next council meeting would be. while proceeding with the amendment tonight, because the amendment tonight will be brought back in 3 weeks, pretty much unchanged if you table it now, because it enables you to do what you're describing doing anyway.
Thank you.
It's hard to
Mr. Welker.
So I'm just going to have my time explain. I'm probably not doing the right procedure stuff.
Fine.
I don't think anybody in this room understands exactly what we're doing in here.
I
either,
do.
because it's 3 hours, 4 hours.
We get another 2 hours ahead of us.
Yeah, it's not a record.
Not done
Kinda
yet.
Close to done, dude.
Yeah.
I don't want to break a record. The introduction of this parking idea made a lot of sense to me. Fiscally responsible, government subsidies, all the things like, the city taxpayers have been footing the bill for a lot of these things for years. Paid parking is not a new thing in Sandpoint. And this is what I've explained to just the average Joe on the city or on the street is, there's multiple options to do this. We can do eyes in the sky tech that is very expensive, that's not license plate reading. We can hire an army of Ernies to go check valves, and that's expensive too. Or there's a third option, which is this like friction kiosk technique, which kind of sucks, but it's the lesser of the evils. And so, when it was told to me and I kind of digested it in a while, and I take a little bit to understand these things as well, because I'm not like I didn't expect to be a city council person, but anyways, so it just made sense. It made sense that we're being responsible with money. We're trying to use this money to do other things, tangible things to show the residents exactly what we're going to do. I think data matters as far as like collecting time and things. And I don't know about the effects of the businesses downtown. Those are unintended consequences. I read these reports that say downtown businesses want us to enforce parking. This is what parking enforcement looks like. And now it's like, we don't want that. So, it's like, it's hard. We spent the money on the kiosks. We stop using the kiosks. Someone's going to write us a letter and say, what are you wasting money on kiosks for? Like, damned if we do, damned if we don't. So, it's a tricky situation. I think the education piece and the rollout could have been better, but also I expected this to be kind of a S show.
The Sandpoint show?
SH show.
Standpoint.
So anyways, I hope we can find some kind of common ground, because there's obviously a vocal part of our community that's coming forward, and most of them that are city residents elected us. I know not everybody that's reached out is a city resident, and I do care about the city residents more than the county residents, a little bit more.
I like the idea of a November non-binding referendum too, with city residents voting, but that's just my thought.
Sure.
Anyways, Councilman Torres, you have some comments before we?
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is Sandpoint's just not ready for this, but we do have an asset. And I feel like as we basically make this like the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 of the downtown development itself, they're going to deserve parking meters, I think, because everybody's going to want to come here, and the parking is going to be pretty difficult from my perspective. But as of right now, I don't feel like we're ready for this as a community, unfortunately.
Okay. So council, we have, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the statements that have been made. We've already seen that 90% of our income is coming from City Beach. And so the piddly amount of income that we're going to get from street parking is not worth the damage that we're doing to our downtown businesses or our community. And you could say maybe it's, the economy slowing down as a whole, but my opinion is when there's water filling up the boat, you grab a bucket.
Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Roy, I can definitely appreciate honestly what all you guys have said, especially concerning being fiscally conservative and emotional decisions. There's one thing I take pride in is I don't make emotional decisions. I can be emotional, but I don't let my emotions dictate what is truth. I let the truth dictate what my emotions are, just to be very clear. That's not the type of person I am. Every person I've met with that's a business owner that's said they don't believe I'm sincere, whatever that may be, I didn't cave. I listened to them. I wasn't emotional with them and just said, oh, you're absolutely right. That's not how I function. Fiscally conservative, you guys are absolutely right. We bought the kiosks. That's egg on my face. Whatever legacy I have or don't have, I'm willing to live with that. If it means that this compromise may benefit our community in the long run. Maybe not the short run financially, but in the long run. And that's where I'm at. Councilman Rule, you're not wrong. Bill, you're not wrong. It's a matter of perspective at this point. Each one of us have walked a different path with our citizens and it looks different. So I respect every single person's perspective here. I don't take what I'm saying lightly. I'm sure I'm pissing some people off in staff and whatnot. That's probably a reality. But if somehow we can make this motion agreeable, Councilman Schreiber, with what we heard from Jason, my brain's not fully functioning that process at the moment. You have some concerns.
Bring an amendment to the parking management plan next meeting and we can pass this code change next meeting.
So, with all respect, council members, what I heard Director Welker say is if we pass this, it clears up the beach and the free city lots. We could also continue until that next meeting to give educational warnings in the 2-hour zone. And then at the next meeting, also bring back the parking management plan for discussion about if we turn that off, if we do something else.
I believe what he said was that we don't need to pass this tonight to charge at City Beach because it's not in the plan.
I believe.
Just to clarify, that the two lots that are in the current code are the city lot and the Bridge Street lot, which I understood that you want to continue using the kiosks in those two locations. So that would require the amendment tonight. But loud and clear, we'll bring an amended plan back at the next meeting. And in the meantime, we can power down the street kiosks immediately, if that's what council directs.
Yeah, let's take this item back up next meeting.
Because we can keep the kiosks and figure out how we want to do it and shut them down for
Well,
the
that's
time being.
That's a subject, I think, for when we get to the parking,
Well, it's
the
been
management plan. But just for clarification, Councilman, the maker of the motion, Councilman Schreiber, what I'm hearing Director Welker saying is if you pass this, as is before you, it clarifies the Lakeside lot and our other lots where we've already sold passes for, and then administratively, we do not issue citations in the 2-hour zone.
One step further, you power down the kiosk.
Power down the kiosk on the 2-hour zone, sign them, not applicable, and then at our next meeting, we bring back and discuss the parking management plan.
If those lots were legal yesterday, then they'll be legal tomorrow and we'll deal with it at the next meeting.
The City Beach is in there too. Lot, right?
Okay, so that's the other alternative to passing approving this motion right now is the motion fails, we can go back past the ordinance and engage a motion that does what I just described. So with that, this will be a roll call vote.
Right now, what's that change?
So
What are we voting on?
We're voting
are
on
we voting on the amendment or are we voting on the original ordinance now or?
This is
So
the
table to the ordinance, table the ordinance and come back with an amendment the next meeting with the plan opened up.
Okay, all right.
And
Just want to know what I'm
The
voting on.
focus on the 2-hour streets. So we have a couple of weeks of chilling out, build a little bit of trust with some people in the community.
Educating,
And
sharing.
I own what I need to own personally.
The table bring back next meeting a code that would only apply to the city parking lots. And then bring back concurrently the parking management plan.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. Was that made and seconded?
There's a motion and a second, Schreiber and Sparrow. So this will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
No.
Counselor Sparrow,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Torres,
Yes.
Counselor Tate.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, moving on. Where are we? Item number 9, old business. We've already done. All right, the big one. Next, we'll move on to the old business. Council will consider tentative approval of the proposed fiscal year 2027 revenues and expenditures and declare intent to use foregone levying authority. This time, Finance Director Sarah Linz will make a presentation or answer questions.
Good evening.
Sarah, can you just bring your microphone a little closer so we can hear? Can you bring your mic a little closer? Thanks.
Share my screen.
I need water.
My notes.
The agenda is.
Mayor Graham, are we ready to go with the next item?
We have a quorum, so please proceed.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. We have in front of us the budget, approving the maximum budget for the fiscal year 2021, and then also declaring the intent to use foregone levying. And we have had two budget workshops held June 17th and July 1st. I covered the operating capital budgets in the Public Works Department, the Police Department, Fire Department, and Central Services, as well as the Community Planning and Development Department and the Finance Department. I'm going to pull up the budget schedule and show you where we're at and what is left to do in the budget cycle for this current year. Right now, we are currently in this 7/15, and tonight is just approving the maximum budget so that we are able to publish a public hearing that was already set back in April for the August 19th meeting. At the August 5th meeting, which is down here, that is when you guys can discuss and move around budget items and whatnot. In the meantime, if you have more questions that you're still trying to get answers from, I know I've been answering quite a few from Kyle. Please feel free to reach out if you need to meet one-on-one. I know Holly's gone this week, so she'll be back next week. So anyways, that will be the question. So tonight is actually pretty darn easy. I wanted to pull, at least I think, is pull up the actual, the public hearing notice that will be published in the paper if you guys approve it. Any questions?
Also, any questions at this point?
Is there more to the presentation? Do you want me to save my questions or?
Yes, go ahead and.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Councilman.
Yeah, so looking through the budget book, there was a note about a $300,000 grant that we've applied for the watershed, but then the line item only said 250,000, which is the rollover from last year that we had budgeted from the water fund. And so I'm just wanted to make sure that this maximum budget that we're adopting tonight includes that 300,000 for the grant should we be awarded it, in addition to the 250,000 that we already have budgeted for it.
So this is within the water fund.
Yes.
Open, so I can look at it since Holly's not here to speak on that.
I think it's under capital projects water.
Okay.
I believe that's the treatment, the fire treatment.
Correct. Yeah. The wildfire mitigation.
Yep.
This one here, the.
Yes. Yeah, see 300,000, but then when you scroll down, it only says 250,000, which I assume that's what you wanted to pull out of the.
Correct.
The water fund.
Yep.
But I'm saying that we also want to make sure that the 300,000 is in the maximum. So in case we do get the grant.
So typically in the budget, we budget what we already have got for grants. And then and we have a contingency, and this is two different funds. So general fund, we put $1 million as a contingency just in case we get the grant. Within the water fund, we have budget to cover the grant if we get it in. So this would be 250 plus that grant if we got it in. We could have the authority to spend. So what Holly would do is if we got the grant, when she proposes and brings that to you guys to get that grant, she would have in that staff report where that budget is coming from, if it's being moved from somewhere else within the water fund. So she might reduce a different project, for example. Typically within the water and sewer funds, we have enough budget to cover anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm comfortable with you. I just wanted to
I'm
make
very
sure that we're on the same page here.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And then for urban forestry, did we just roll over the same 50,000 as last year?
I believe, well, in the three different pots, what I'm calling the three different pots.
So we increased the streets one, I think by 15,000, because I know Holly had some extra tree trimming, I believe is what she said in our budget workshop that she had planned into it. So actually, I think we've increased that.
Okay. The questions that I was asking you earlier today about, you had mentioned during one of our workshops that we often don't use all of the money that we allocate for urban forestry. A lot of it goes unused. And so I asked Sarah to put together some numbers for how much over the last several years has accumulated that we haven't used that we had earmarked for urban forestry. Our urban forestry master plan, which was adopted in 2022, recommends an annual budget of 162,000 per year. And that was a 5-year plan. So the idea was if you spend that money over 5 years, then you'll be back on track when it comes to that. Currently, we have 112,000 that has accumulated into one-time money from previous years' unused urban forestry budget. So it's good to hear that we've upped by 15,000. I would like to see 50,000 of that one-time money that is accumulated from foregone urban forestry budgets allocated this year so we can start getting back on track per our adopted urban forestry plan. I want to make sure that we have 50,000 in this max budget so that it's not, we don't run into a situation where we have to steal that from somebody else's.
Yeah, so one of the challenges there, Councilman, is that you would have to take some of the one-time money that we've applied to roads and other one-time expenditures. Per the policy, one-time monies for one-time expenditures. I've been thinking about this because I know it's a passion project for you.
It's a passion project for our community via our comprehensive plan, so I wouldn't characterize it that way at all.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what I would recommend is when we get to that meeting where we're moving money around, you could certainly go after that one-time money and call it a pilot project. I mean, it's been pointed out by staff. Do we even know what that position would look like? What would the continual daily and annual obligations of that position be? So maybe you try doing that just as a pilot project, a one-year expenditure of a pilot project for a dedicated, broader urban forestry position.
So in order to use one-time money, we have to increase our maximum budget unless you want me to take it from one of your other departments. What I'm recommending is 70,000 for tree pruning and to promote tree health and safety. This is all per our urban forestry master plan. 10,000 for code update and review, 10,000 for tree planting, and 10,000 contingency in case we have another windstorm that we need to clean up. So I'm not talking about adding a staff position at all.
Okay. Just funding.
All of this is laid out in our adopted urban forestry master plan. We haven't implemented at all through your administration.
Okay.
Which I'll second that. That's actually good. It wouldn't be, because to me, a staff position would be an operating cost, because you're not going to hire someone for 1 year and then lay them off after a year. I mean, that wouldn't be a frugal or I mean, you could, but that wouldn't be what I would advise.
Be nice.
Yes. But those are one-time things. So what I would suggest is, yes, moving that one-time money that we have, and we have that list of all those one-time things, moving it somewhere out of that into where you're talking about. So, and in my opinion, we have plenty of one-time money this year to be able to do that. So.
Excellent. The only question I have is, do we need to increase the maximum amount to account for that extra $50,000?
I would say no, because the one-time money that we have in there has been based off of what our balances are. So to me, that's what I'm recommending that we spend out of our one-time money. So to me, it would be looking at that list and saying, okay, what out of here would we take from to fund that?
Okay.
So
that leads right into my next item, which is multimodal transportation plan. Sarah was nice enough to give me the balance in our impact fees for pathways. And the folks who were here last year heard me talk about the pathway along Main Street from Division to the Senior Center. I don't have a estimate for that project, but based off of other projects that we have budgeted for in the past, I would suggest 250,000 from our pathways impact fees and 250,000 from our one-time money.
The question on that, is that one of these 10 projects that are already on the impact fee? Because we have to have them off of this 10.
It's our capital.
We don't know. So do you want to look at them?
I've already looked at it. It was something that was identified previously, this not in our newest one.
Has to be in our newest one.
Has to be in-
Even if the impact fees were collected before our newest.
Yeah, they're allocated based on our CIP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Based on these ones now.
But
Fair enough.
but we could also use there's about $2 million in one-time money for streets that's currently in the budget. I mean, that is
Also-
somewhat discretionary. We could use that for pathway of the council.
We also budget about $250,000 for sidewalks every year, and I've noticed that those projects have been lingering for years and years too. So I haven't had the time to look into how much of that budgeted amount has rolled over as well, but that's another potential funding source. Again, the only question tonight is, do we need to increase this maximum amount to accomplish that?
Personally, I would suggest no, just because the maximum amount in there for that one-time money is what I would suggest for you guys to adopt. I would say if you want to move stuff around within that, I feel that you have plenty of money to be able to do that, if they're one-time things, which it sounds like all of these are.
Yep.
Okay, so what has been identified so far for those one-time projects? Could you just remind me?
There's $2 million for streets broadly.
Yeah, that
So
was,
sidewalks, streets, pathways. There's obviously the 10 police cars, replacement fleet, six, sorry. And then there's a variety of capital equipment for both streets and utilities.
so in page 58 of your packet that you got, it lists them all out.
Okay,
So if you need a copy, I can send that to you too. Another one.
yeah, I've got it. Thank you.
Okay.
And so from your operational standpoint, which one would you cut?
Well, now, revert or divert, it depends on council priorities, but, we haven't put a lot into streets. I was excited to put $2 million into streets. I think you should have discussions with the directors and get their feedback specifically. And if you're looking for 50,000 for urban forestry, obviously, I think that's pretty small compared to the 2 million that's in for streets. And if you're looking for pathways, that could come out of the street line item. And if you need more than that, you can get your fellow council members on board. The capital equipment it's nice to take care of that and keep that fresh. So I guess I'd go after that street pot of money if I were in your position.
Well, if you feel comfortable, I do. Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome.
And Sarah, my question too would be same. If I found monies in here that I would talk to directors about, it still is in the budget. It's
Yeah.
already the max budget, so it's not going to increase the budget.
I mean, unless you found more revenue that I don't know about.
No.
I'm hoping that'd be nice, but.
How about
no,
Ridley Village? Do we get to
Yeah.
count that yet? Ridley Village, we don't get to count that impact fees
Not
yet?
until they take out building permits, which is years away.
Yeah, well, and the thing with impact fees, they stay there and they roll over. So
Right.
we have
Okay.
like he was talking, we have a balance of 300,000
Okay.
in that account that if we don't spend it this year, it gets rolled over. And there are certain accounts like that within the city. There's also the resort city tax that the 7% that was dedicated to streets and and sidewalks. That sits in that account. Everything that gets that 7% gets put into that every month. And then as we spend it, it gets taken out. So those balances you guys have dedicated or prior council has dedicated or committed or have assigned to certain areas. So those are all accounted for on the back end of it.
Okay.
So
It's still the same
Maximum amount.
maximum
Yeah.
amount.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and those one-time monies just represent my conversations with directors and looking at
Right.
how I would hope you would spend them, but it's ultimately your decision.
I have some suggestions. I'll wait.
Yeah. So, but tonight, let's not use focus. We're just looking at the maximum budget that the city can
I get
adopt.
that.
Just one more question, actually, now that we're talking about the impact fee list. The worst intersection in town, our failing intersection at Boyer and Baldy is on that list. Do we need to increase the maximum to put money towards that? I was kind of thinking it could come out of the Sura Great Northern project, but if we have
So in the Sura, we
700,000
have budgeted,
impact fees, that's
I think $4 million we have out of the North project. To me, if it is decided that we want to pivot and instead of doing Great Northern and want to do that, to me, we have the budget to be able to do that. think that we'll be able to spend all of that next year. I mean, I would highly be, if we can, that's great, but I would be surprised if we can, whatever we decide on and be able to spend all that after engineering and everything. I think we have plenty of budget in there for the Star North, depending on whatever you want.
That's a very, very big project, but I guess where I was going was that if those impact funds are restricted to just a few projects, and this happens to be one of those projects, do we want to use those funds on this project? And if we do use those funds on that project, do we need to change the number that we're approving tonight?
So right now, the impact fees for the streets has Superior, I believe, is the project that's in there for the impact
Correct.
fees. For the streets, and Holly's not here to speak on it, but normally how we prepare the budget is based on staffing too as well. So if a project, to me, if that is the new project, I would assume that then other ones would not be able to be done because we have a certain staffing capacity. To me, we could increase it for that, but the likelihood of being able to do both is very highly unlikely.
Yeah, we'd have to pivot, Councilman Schreiber, off of one.
And let's say for some odd reason we need to open budget, we can always open budget if we need to. I mean, that's not, and to the budget, when it's adopted, it's by fund. So let's say we didn't end up like this year, we have park funds that we are buying land. Well, if we don't get to that this year, the budget that we have as authority that we technically don't have to go back and ask for to increase budget is within that fund. So you still have wiggle room within that to, if you don't spend out of this one, you can spend out of that one. Now in your staff reports, when you get those, if they're going over the adopted budget for that line item, they should be saying that what it is in that line item. If it's, $1 million versus 500 that was in the budget, and they will be saying where it's coming from. So I guess for me, I don't think we should increase it. We could, but I think we have enough money in there to be able to move around and to be able to do everything if it's decided, or be able to open up the budget.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other council questions at this time? I would entertain a motion for tentative approval of the proposed fiscal year 2027 revenues and expenditures and declare intent to use foregone levying authority.
So moved. Second.
I missed that one.
Well moved. I seconded.
Thank you, Councilwoman Wool. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Torres,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Sparrow,
Yes.
Counselor Tate,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to new business, we have a few items. The first, to conclude this evening's agenda, we'll begin with the request for the approval of council for the Festival of Sandpoint pesticide application. I'll yield the floor to Jason Welker, Planning Development, Community Development Director.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Aspiro.
given the time that it is, moving this to the next agenda and we go to executive session, would that mess things up for?
It will be past. Yeah, it'll be past
That's a
time.
big no, Joe.
Yeah, really.
Loud and clear.
You would leave it.
Loud and clear.
You would leave it to the administrator.
We could save the survey.
I don't.
This will be very quick.
I'm trying to get through this.
Per the festival's contract, they have to ask the city for permission 15 days prior to application of any chemicals at our parks, and that is what we're here for. So Veronica from the Festival of Sandpoint will answer any questions you have. I think it was her request was included in your staff report, so feel free to ask Veronica. Otherwise, a motion to approve or deny the request would be invited.
I would make a move to deny the request. We did it. We denied it last time. We talked about we discussed.
The motion by Councilwoman Duquette to deny request. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Schreiber. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in pesticides, but I did do a little bit of research just based off the staff report. And both the EPA and the National Pesticide Information Center report that bifenthrin is a highly toxic to fish and small aquatic organisms, and also highly toxic to bees. So I just don't think it's appropriate that we're using this at a waterfront park.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Duquette.
it was also designated as a Class C carcinogen for humans. And I also read about putting it on turf that's plastic. It's already got it in the plastic turf. And what happens is when you put more on it, it sits in that and kind of just like hangs. And it is toxic to bumblebees, good pollinators. I know it has been said they're not around. That might not be true. There are flowers out there in that stormwater swale that they could be around. What else was I gonna reiterate? I was a little bit discouraged that nothing else had been tried when we tried to suggest some other issues. And I read also that one application of that should be enough for 4 weeks. So I'm not sure even why it would be wanting to be repeated 5, 6 times. That's the research I did. It's the same research from last time. Like I said, I kind of thought it was a little disrespectful to come back with the exact same thing. Sorry, that's just.
Councilman Trevor has spoken, Councilwoman Duquette has spoken. Any other council members want to speak before we call for the roll call vote?
Mr. Mayor, is it possible to have the requester respond to some questions from council? I'd invite Veronica up.
Hi, Veronica.
Thank you for joining me past my bedtime. To speak to the issue of bees, bees are naturally found in organic materials. All of these are applied to non-organic materials, specifically concrete and the plastic turf. The water invertebrate toxicity, we do not apply in winds above 10 miles an hour. We do not apply when there's forecasted rain. We do not apply after rain. The product is dry within 30 minutes, and so there's very low likelihood of us having a runoff contamination issue. Furthermore, this product has been recommended by our pest control. I am happy to explore other options. They did send over an option ahead of this meeting. However, it was already on the agenda, so I didn't know what the protocol was to amend the request. There was another concern someone mentioned, and I'm now forgetting it.
Persistent in the soil up to 8 months.
Oh, the multiple applications. So we request multiple application dates due to weather and wind contingencies. We do not apply on all the dates. And so if it is, last year we had 1 application because that was what the weather allowed. Years prior, we've had 2 applications. To the best of my knowledge, we've never done more than 3. Our first movie and concert in 2023, I believe it was. The screen attracted a ton of gnats. It was after a rainy season. Anyone who attended Princess Bride can attest to the amount of bugs that were in the area attracted by the light. So just because we are asking for multiple application dates does not mean we are using them. These are what we have scheduled. If weather is permitting, we will do that, but we have no intention of applying every single date on the application. That's not our intent.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Do you have a question for the?
Yeah, so I think the concern was that it binds to organic matter for up to 8 months with a half-life of like 3 months. So even if you don't apply it on a windy day or a rainy day, it's still very likely to be attached to organic matter that then gets washed down within the 3 or more months.
We are not applying to organic matter. We're applying to concrete, artificial turf, and the grandstand's press box office. Furthermore, our application is focused on the stage and backstage area where we have artists, hospitality, and an on-site caterer. So,
But it's an outdoor venue that almost certainly has a coating of organic matter.
Understood.
Veronica, I have a question. Do you have any contracts with any of your musicians that require you to apply this specific chemical?
This specific chemical with artist contracts, no.
Mr. Mayor, may I also just add that I've talked to the Gorge. They don't use any pesticides. They're outdoors. They're in the summer. They're by the water. And to be fair, there were gnats anyway. So the pesticides are being used. They're detrimental, and there's still gnats. I guess I'm just.
We didn't use on that movie year because of the rain, which then agitated what we call a post-storm hatch. So
every year there's.
Every year there's rain, and that's why we ask for multiple dates. That way we have the opportunity to, as weather allows, apply and help mitigate pests.
Okay, thanks for your information.
Thanks, Veronica. Council members, any other either specific questions for Veronica or comments before we call for a motion? A vote?
Anybody in the public want to speak to this, or?
Anyone from the public want to speak about pesticides? How about it? Come up, say your name.
We did get some mail.
Data centers.
We did get some mail.
So
That was.
Data centers.
Yeah.
Name for the
No,
record.
I'd actually be, there's a lot of talk about.
What's your name for the record?
Hi, I'm Stuart Christoph. I'm a resident of Sandpoint.
Awesome.
There's a lot of talk about the impact on like wildlife, the water table, bugs. If this is getting sprayed at the, like, is it bad for people?
Yes.
Like, I think I like that. That would be, I'm just listening and my comment is solicited. I'm like, that would be my direct concern.
EA says it's a class
Councilwoman
B.
Duquette, can you just let,
I'm just frustrated.
okay, are those your comments?
Yeah.
Excellent. We got a lot to get through still. All right, council members, Kyle, Councilman Schreiber and Duquette have spoken. Anyone else want to speak?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Torres.
what was the other recommendation that the company provided you with?
It's a product called Demand CS. According to Google, it does not contain PFAS, which is known as forever chemicals. The downside with Demand CS, it has a 4-hour drying time. It is approved for use in all 50 states, and it is, I didn't write down the authorizing body. It's called a Group 3A insecticide.
Okay, I'm sorry, I did not hear what that was, and that doesn't give us any time to research what that is.
Understood.
I was just asking.
Well, what is,
Demand CS is the
Yes.
name of the product.
and I don't have time to do a fair demand. C,
S.
S,
S is in Sandpoint.
Just a basic search says EPA restricts the application near water bodies to prevent environmental contamination.
Mhm.
Just a
Not
basic
considered
search.
safe for direct use in or immediately adjacent to water. Highly toxic to aquatic organisms, particularly fish and aquatic invertebrates.
this would buy a precious source, water.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Councilman Tate.
What have we done different in the last few years and why are we running into an issue this year?
Great question. The festival hasn't done anything different in the last few years. The largest issue that we encounter are hornet and wasp nests in the grandstands. Last year, there was a large nest in the boat launch parking lot that we took care of, just in the interest of public safety. And so from the festival standpoint, we haven't done anything different. I was following what the procedure was in our lease, and now I'm at city council. I've never done this before. Happy to explore alternatives. By the time I was told we were on the agenda, I didn't know how to amend our request. I don't know. But our largest concern is public safety with hornets and wasps, and then guest experience, artist experience.
Sure. And maybe there's a compromise where we go for the hornets and wasps with other measures, not blanket spraying. And, I've been to the festival many years and I've been surrounded by gnats and I think it's part of the experience for me. But, maybe the council here today is just a little more aware of like some of these forever chemicals and herbicides, pesticides, and a lot of the feedback we've been getting from our constituents is like, we work for them, so we're just reporting what they're telling us as well as our own opinions too.
Absolutely. And I think it's a learning curve for both of us. I'm following the lease, and
Yeah.
here we are, a week before it starts. And
Yeah. So, I agree with the statements that have been said and, I could speak for a lot of people that have emailed me that we could probably tough out some gnats. And that's just the state of our council today. And maybe another council might have a different opinion another year, but this is kind of seemingly like we're on the same page.
We're going to let everyone speak.
No,
We've
I
already
just want
spoken
to
once.
clarify what he's saying, why it happened. You weren't here. I read the contract, saw that there was a pesticide clause. I looked it up. I talked with Veronica. I brought it to council 2 years ago. I was the only person. This year, everybody had agreed. I didn't mean to interrupt, but that just helps Joe understand why it was brought up.
Yeah, and I recall that
after so
meeting,
many
and I gave Pam a pat on the back when she brought that up because it's, I'm a sustainability person, like my education is. So anyways, that's all. And thank you for coming. I know it's not a comfortable place to be.
Any other council discussion before we call for a vote? All right, there's a motion to prohibit that, and this will be a roll call vote.
Okay, motion was to prohibit or?
Yes.
Okay,
Motion was to
just
deny the request.
Okay, deny the crew.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Torres,
Yes.
Counselor Tate,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, the next item we have is the local option tax. Due to the length of the meeting and the lateness, the only thing I need to convey to you is there's some good information there. If you could please review it, give it some thought. I'll put this on our next agenda. Our deadline, if we want to present a local option tax to the voters, is August 28th to the county. So
Motion to table that item. I think we have to do it officially.
Second.
thank you. Motion to table. This will be a roll call vote.
Who was the second?
Me.
Oh, sorry.
Somebody.
Joel, he beat me to it.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Torres,
Yes.
Counselor Tate.
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber.
Finally.
Motion passed.
Thank you, council members. At this time, I would entertain a motion to convene an executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74-206-1C and
So
to
moved.
acquire an interest in real property not owned by this public agency, and Idaho Code 76-206-1F to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss legal ramifications and legal opinions for pending litigation or controversies not yet being litigated or immediately likely to be litigated.
So moved.
Moved by Schreiber, second by Duquette. Thank you, everyone, for attending. At this time, I ask everyone not participating. That's a roll call vote, sorry.
Counselor Tate,
Yes.
Counselor Torres,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro.
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
At this time, I would ask everyone not participating in the session to please exit the room. The meeting recording will now end. Good night, and thank you, everyone who attended this evening. We will extra session upstairs.